Weapons have existed as long as humankind. For millennia, they have determined the destiny of generations. Weapons bring suffering and death. They show what humans can inflict upon other humans. But they're also intended to keep the peace and pave new ways for technology. When it comes to developing destructive weapons, the innovativeness of mankind seems to know no limits. Our international experts reveal the secrets of weapons technology. The tank, firepower and speed.
It's like a tiny little oven.
The hand grenade turns trench warfare into a nightmare.
Pull the pin, and we're ready to go.
The first machine gun, the Maxim.
And changed the world of firearms and warfare forever.
Our first weapon shows how killing became a mechanized process during the 19th and 20th centuries. Firearms were introduced in the Middle Ages, and ever since the military has kept trying to shoot faster and more effectively. The more bullets that hit the enemy on the battlefield, the more likely you are to win. But there is one problem. Reloading the weapons is cumbersome. In 1866, Hiram Maxim, an American engineer, tries out a rifle. It is tedious to have to reload after every shot, and his shoulder aches from the hard recoil of the weapon. Maxim, who is actually an electrical engineering specialist, has an idea. Could the energy from the recoil be used to reload? In 1881, he travels to Europe, where supposedly a friend gave him a crucial piece of advice.
And his friend tells him, "Do you know how you could make some real money?" And Hiram Maxim says, "How?" And Maxim's friend says, "Invent a weapon system that will allow Europeans to kill each other faster." And unfortunately, Maxim takes this advice.
At that moment, Europe is at peace. But it seems like only a matter of time before the next great war breaks out. 3 years later, Maxim debuts his new weapon. As long as the trigger remains depressed, the Maxim gun fires without stopping, without almost any recoil, since that force is used for the reloading process. We want to test how this automatic weapon really works. Karin Machnow is a weapons expert from Phoenix, Arizona in the US. On the shooting range, she shows us an original Maxim gun in action.
This gun was also known as the Grim Reaper and the Devil's Paintbrush, and changed the world of firearms and warfare forever.
A special component of the weapon is the water-cooled barrel.
You've got the water jacket. We have an area that you could unscrew to put the water inside the gun. It held about 4 liters of water. When the barrel gets very hot, which it does with sustained fire, that water would boil, steam would come up, condense through the steam tube, and come out through the front part of the gun here where we have a hole. So this would keep the gun cool.
Karin wants to put the machine gun to the test, using a historical example from 1908. Her target, 10 paint cans. Can she hit them all in 10 seconds?
Okay, I'm ready to fire.
In just 10 seconds, Karin fired around 100 shots. But how does the weapon really work? The key principle behind the mechanism. The recoil slides a carriage which ejects the empty cartridge case downwards. while at the same time putting a new cartridge into position. As long as the barrel stays cool and the shooter keeps the trigger depressed, the former nuisance of the recoil now provides the momentum for automatic reloading. Hiram Maxim has created the first automatic machine gun. A cartridge belt with 250 rounds of ammunition is attached to the heavy weapon, and with belt changes, it is possible to shoot up to 600 shots per minute.
Another interesting component about the gun is that it had a rate of fire of about 892 meters per second. Quite a devastating weapon. Didn't involve a crank mechanism. It was fully automatic. And again, that's what makes this gun so completely devastating and so revolutionary and so far ahead of its time.
As an advertising demo, Maxim uses bullets to cut down a tree, as seen here in 1890, accompanied by Chinese emissaries. But is this photo evidence trustworthy? To check it out, we'll begin our next experiment. An assistant buries a tree trunk in the ground.
And I'm not sure how long it's going to take to actually cut this tree down. So let's see what happens.
Karen Mack now fires away at the tree trunk with the Maxim gun. The mechanism jams, something that happened in isolated instances in the past, and happens to the historical weapon even more now after 100 years of operation.
It's not going back. This is what happens with 100-year-old pieces of equipment. Right, but let's go and take a look at what it did do.
What kind of damage did the Maxim gun do to the tree trunk?
Well, if you come back here, it's actually pretty impressive. You can see just how much it's cleared out the back of the tree. But around here, there's still a ways to go. So had we been successful, this would have gone down, but old piece of equipment, unfortunately. Would have been fun to see this happen. Didn't work out this time.
Our conclusion: the Maxim gun would actually have been able to penetrate and destroy a tree trunk. And the weapon also convinces the British military.
So it took that kind of fire into new spaces, and it became a key tool in the late 19th century in the pacification of areas outside Western Europe.
Omdurman, Sudan, 1898. One of the first missions to use the Maxim gun in combat. Followers of the Islamic Mahdi movement rebel against Egyptian foreign rule. When they meet on the Nile, the Mahdists far outnumber the Egyptian British army. But the British also have 20 new Maxim machine guns. The bloody toll of the battle, 48 dead on the British-Egyptian side. And an estimated 10,000 Mahdi fighters are killed. In the summer of 1914, World War I breaks out. The machine gun gives those on the defensive front a huge advantage over their attackers during combat.
It is man-portable. If you separate the barrel and the firing mechanism from the mounting and the ammunition, you can carry it one man at a time.
The machine gun becomes standard issue equipment for every European army.
In the First World War, everybody has Maxim guns. The German, Russian, Austrian and British Maxim gun are all based on the same patents. They all look essentially the same. They all do the same job in the same way. And Hiram Maxim and his company got the patent for that, and they took royalties on every single one of them. So they made a fortune out of everybody else having Maxim guns.
With a machine gun, a single soldier can kill hundreds of the enemy with just one finger on the trigger. The new weapons of World War I also bring with them unimaginable psychological stress. What does it mean to constantly look death in the eye? And what is triggered by killing dozens or even hundreds of other men? In war, one question has always pushed man to his limits. If commanded, will I be capable of killing? Evolution has turned us into social beings with deep-rooted inhibitions when it comes to killing. And that's a problem for the military. Studies show that many soldiers are afraid to kill even when they themselves are in danger.
Many men go through battle without firing their weapons effectively, some without firing them at all. This has been the case for as long as men have had the choice of whether to fire their weapons or not. One soldier does not equal one result. You need to know the soldier before you know what he's going to do.
To tackle this issue, training for new recruits includes a strong psychological component. Repetitive drills are designed to overcome fears and inhibitions. Don't think about it, just shoot.
It's about immersing people within that training to respond automatically to a situation, to not have that hesitation, which is the frontal part of our brain, rationalizing, saying, this is not a good thing to do, I'm not supposed to be doing this. If you can make that automatic, if you make that almost an animal reaction, this occurs, I respond in this way.
But even when pulling the trigger becomes automatic, killing takes its toll on soldiers, including those apparently unharmed. In World War I, doctors diagnosed the symptoms of shell shock as a merely physical reaction to the noises of constant fire. At the time, it is thought that loud sounds trigger minor concussions. Today, it is clear that war can cause serious mental disorders. After the Second World War, an entire generation deals with the psychological consequences of their experiences.
After World War II, we had men who didn't know what was happening to them. They fell to pieces if they survived the war and came home. Their families suffered, their relationships suffered, their health suffered, and it was not recognized. And if they showed weakness, they were considered weak, so people kept it within themselves.
Over decades, research into the psychological effects of war is sorely neglected. Well-founded studies do not take place until the 1960s. In 1980, the medical diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is finally added to textbooks.
Once post-traumatic stress disorder began being recognized, men would realize that it wasn't them being weak, it wasn't them having an adverse reaction that none of their colleagues had. It was a completely normal reaction to witnessing such traumatic events. And once that was recognized, and then therefore treatment could follow, we now have a situation where families understand what their husbands, sons, daughters now are going through and recognize that they need that help.
With the introduction of the machine gun, mechanized warfare and the fear of being killed reaches a new level. The weapon dramatically alters the psychology of war. Engineer Hiram Maxim's invention forever changes the way that the world fights. And it also paves the way for another modern weapon, the hand grenade. The introduction of new weapons technology frequently results in fatal errors and avoidable massacres, especially at the beginning of World War I.
When the First World War broke out in 1914, the great armies of Europe thought that they would maneuver in a classical form using cavalry and infantry. They would set up set-piece battles in which whole armies engaged on a broad front. It rapidly became clear that firepower, both artillery firepower, infantry firepower, and particularly the machine gun, made it impossible for men to operate as they had in even 50 years before.
Machine guns and improved artillery claim high losses on both sides. Attacks without cover ultimately end as a bloodbath. After the devastating Battle of the Marne, both sides start digging. By the end of November, a continuous line of trenches runs all the way from the North Sea to Switzerland. Mobile warfare has turned into trench warfare. But what is the best way to effectively attack the enemy's narrow and hard-to-see trenches and bunkers? Artillery becomes a key weapon. The only way to defeat an enemy down in a trench is with ballistic fire. On both sides, a dense row of guns is positioned far behind the trenches. William Mills, an engineer in Birmingham, develops a new weapon for the trench soldiers. In 1915, the Mills bomb makes its way onto European battlefields. Mills' invention is no new idea. In the 16th century, transporting cannons is a problem. The soldiers need a lightweight weapon that can wreak havoc without too much effort. And the hand grenade is born.
The shape of these very early grenades resembles a pomegranate, hence the name.
The round, hard-skinned and many-seeded fruit becomes the namesake for the new weapon in the 17th century. A hollow clay jar is filled with gunpowder and metal slivers. A fuse ignites the explosive, and the sharp metal and clay fragments make their destructive impact.
17th and 18th century armies had elite soldiers called grenadiers who were generally big, tall fellows who could throw a grenade a long way.
They also changed their uniforms. These typical pointed Prussian hats, the grenadier hats, were made to look like this because, of course, if you were wearing a two-pointed hat, it would be a lot more difficult for you to throw a grenade.
With their hand grenades, the grenadiers stand at the ready on the front lines. But the weapon also has its pitfalls.
The grenade had to be lit. If the fuse went too quickly, the grenade would blow up before it was thrown. If it got dropped or anything like that, things could go wrong. And of course, if it was raining, it probably wouldn't work. So it was a rather temperamental weapon.
During the American Civil War, the next generation of hand grenades reaches the battlefields. An invention from William Ketchum eliminates the need to manually ignite the weapon. The grenade only needs to hit the impact fuse in the nose of the weapon in order to explode.
If the bomb lands on its side and doesn't detonate, then it stays relatively safe for a period of time. So, of course, the opponent can then take the grenade and throw it back to where it came from.
The latest hand grenade in 1915 is supposed to solve this problem. With historian Stephen Bull, we take a closer look at William Mills' invention. It has considerable advantages over its predecessors. It does not need to be manually ignited, and there is no unreliable impact fuse. The grenade is constructed using a perforated cast iron shell and filled with explosives.
The hand grenade was an old idea, but it was in the trenches of the First World War. The effect of an explosion in a confined space could be devastating.
The functioning principle of the hand grenade is that in the middle there's a fuse connected to the explosive charge. If the safety pin is pulled and the lever is released, then the tension of the spring hits the striker to ignite the fuse. 7 seconds later, it explodes. Combining portability with destructiveness, the hand grenade becomes a standard weapon during World War I. On the fronts of Flanders and France, an ingenious trench system is developed. A support trench is dug behind the main trench, connected to another passage known as a communication trench. The enemy is anywhere from 30 to a few hundred meters away, and the soldiers call the area separating the two sides no man's land. Hand grenades that land in a trench are terrifying, but changes to trench construction alleviate their devastating effects.
If a trench is straight, then shrapnel can fly far in one direction and potentially hit soldiers. So they thought if they dug the trenches in a zigzag shape, there would always be a corner nearby where a soldier could hide. And then shrapnel would only fly to the next corner and get stuck in the wall, and hopefully it wouldn't hit anyone.
Soldiers that are hit by fragments of a hand grenade often suffer life-threatening injuries. An effective drug to prevent gangrene has not yet been invented.
One of the key problems in trench warfare is the secondary infection following wounds because of the contaminated and dangerous nature of the ground that you're fighting over.
Sludgy ground, overflowing latrines, unwashed bodies, and decomposing corpses. Everyday life in the trenches is yet another burden for soldiers during the war.
They had to wear their clothes all the time, and worse still, they also had to keep their boots on. That meant that conditions were ideal for fungus to grow, and bacteria also grew. And the skin became really macerated and stayed moist and was quite fragile and very vulnerable.
The lack of hygiene makes it virtually impossible to treat hand grenade injuries in the trenches.
These fragments often had very small particles, so that meant even if you had a tiny wound, it could easily become inflamed because of unhygienic conditions. And if you didn't have the right medication, then you could go from barely having a wound at all to having a serious injury that gets infected. And the infection can then spread to lymph vessels, to blood vessels, and can even lead to blood poisoning.
If a shrapnel wound does heal, it's only a matter of time before the next attack. In 1917, the British Mills bomb goes into mass production. The Germans are also developing their own completely different hand grenade. While Mills grenades look like an egg, the German version is at the end of a wooden stick. And it functions differently. The British hand grenade is a fragmentation weapon, but the Germans have created an explosive weapon. With historian Stephen Bull, we want to explore the differences between these two types of grenade. The head of the stick grenade holds over 100 grams more explosive material than the egg version. The difference is the force of the explosion, not the radius of the projectile fragments, but it needs to have pinpoint accuracy. The German grenade's wooden stick is supposed to help with the aim.
So these are the two grenades that we'll be testing. They're both time-fused models. This one is the Soviet F1, a similar design to the Mills. This one is the German M24, Stiel hand grenade or stick grenade. Different philosophies, but is one better than the other? And why?
Which grenade will Stephen Bull be able to land closer to his target in just one throw? He tries out the Mills bomb first.
Quite small in the hand, like a large egg, really. Pull the pin, and we're ready to go.
The grenade lands about 5 meters from the target.
Not bad, a reasonable throw, but it's a little short of the target. The main effect from this, of course, would be the fragmentation.
Does throwing the stick grenade give a better result? It lands directly on our target.
So that was a good long throw, all the way to the target. It seems that that long stick gives you a bit of extra leverage for a long throw.
The explosion would have dangerous consequences for the enemy, but the sharp fragments of the egg hand grenade would also be devastating.
The M24 gave me a longer throw because its handle gave me greater leverage. But this was a weapon for blast, essentially a weapon for use in the open. The Soviet F1 is perhaps a little handier, but not quite such a long throw. Its main effect was fragmentation, and preferably in enclosed areas. So these are both good grenades, but they're designed for different purposes.
Both types of hand grenade make their mark in World War I. To a lesser extent, they continue to be used during World War II.
The Second World War is not such a great war for the hand grenade because wars tend to be now much more mobile, much more fluid. There are still trenches and bunkers to be cleared, but they're only part of rather than the whole of the war.
During World War I, 300 million hand grenades are produced by the German side alone, followed by 70 million in World War II. But the repercussions of their use remain the same. Those who survive a shrapnel wound often must resort to amputation to avoid death by gangrene. For decades, researchers have sought in vain to find a cure for gangrene. In 1928, Scottish bacteriologist Alexander Fleming accidentally discovers that pathogens no longer multiply when in close vicinity to a mold fungus. Fleming, together with biochemist Ernst Chain and pathologist Howard Florey, over the ensuing years worked to finally develop the first antibiotic, penicillin. The active ingredient prevents growing bacteria from completing their cell walls, effectively stopping them from spreading. Testing proves that the new drug is effective, but the British government is not ready to start the costly production. After joining the war, the United States step in and start mass production in 1942.
The need for penicillin at the front led to it becoming a top priority for the pharmaceutical industry. And they actively pushed this research because it was also a huge market for them.
The antibiotic is America's second most important project after the atomic bomb. Large advertisements proclaim, "Thanks to penicillin, he will come home." The Germans and Russians don't have access to the drug yet, and as a result, high numbers of their men die from infection. A strategic advantage for the Allies.
People don't die of disease, they get killed in battle. Whether that's morally uplifting or morally bankrupt, I don't know, but it does change the way that wars look. Wars are now about men dying in battle, and that's slightly easier to sell because it's heroic to die in battle. It's not heroic to die of diphtheria.
After the war, the expensive research also benefits the civilian population, and the advancement soon reaches the entire world. It's one case in which progress is accelerated by war.
What we're looking at is advancing on twin tracks. We're finding new ways of killing people in confined spaces and giving them horrific injuries which may become contaminated. At the same time, we're finding ways of dealing with those contaminations and healing people.
And for all armies, the hand grenade continues to be standard issue equipment. After 1945, it is used in practically every armed conflict.
Continues to be a very useful means of doing a job that nothing else does. You have a system of fighting in which you're going into individual buildings and clearing individual rooms, and the hand grenade is still the weapon of choice to clear the room.
A hand grenade is also developed for police without the fatal fragments. With a loud bang, blinding light, and dense smoke, stun or smoke grenades are hurled at criminals and even demonstrators. Their use is controversial. A legendary version of the thrown weapon owes its name to Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov. During the Russo-Finnish War of 1939, Finnish soldiers used gas-filled bottles against their Soviet attackers, calling them Molotov cocktails, as an allusion to their opponent's propaganda.
The original hand grenade was a homemade bomb, and the Molotov cocktail is a later version of the homemade bomb. And it's a classic solution to the problem of resistance against armed force when you have no weapons. You have to make a weapon out of something that isn't a weapon. And throughout history, human ingenuity has resulted in the conversion of perfectly ordinary things into weapons in times of need.
Throwing something at the enemy, a reflex as old as mankind. The only thing that has changed is what we throw. In the trenches of World War I, the defensive side always has the advantage, and the result is years of bloodshed with barely any change to the lines of the front. But that will soon all change with the next great development in weapons technology, the tank. In ancient times and the Middle Ages, armor and speed already played a crucial role in weapons development. In examples such as a chariot of powerful battering rams that could be used to attack a fortress. But the problem is drive. In the second half of the 19th century, the invention of the combustion engine opens up completely new directions for military technology. In 1906, in Austria-Hungary, the first tank is introduced with a rotating turret intended for both attack and defense. But its four-wheel drive proves to be not a match for the battlefields.
The wheel only rests on one point, which is a good thing because that minimizes friction and allows you to drive over the road with as little resistance as possible. But if your car ever got stuck in the mud, then you know that this is also a disadvantage, because with low friction, it's much harder to get a grip.
A spark of inspiration comes from agriculture. At the beginning of the 20th century, tractors with rotating tracks arrive on the fields, a method that the military quickly puts to use for themselves.
Tanks were constructed with a wide track that was like a wide belt, and that made the surface contact area significantly larger, so you could get through mud and you could also drive over holes much more easily.
When World War I breaks out, Winston Churchill, the British Naval Secretary, advocates the construction of tanks. On September the 15th, 1916, they're ready. In northern France, during the Battle of the Somme, the first British tanks are put into action. The hulking beasts can only move at a walking pace. The Mark I weighs close to 28 tons. Depending on the design, its 8-man crew operates either 2 cannons or 4 to 6 machine guns. At full throttle, the 6-cylinder petrol engine manages a speed of just 6 kilometers per hour. 49 of the world's first battle tanks are supposed to be deployed in battle. But on the first mission, there's already problems.
It has a relatively low-powered gasoline engine which gives off fumes inside the vehicle. The machine itself is unbelievably unreliable, so less than half the vehicles are going to make it to the start line and actually get going on the day of battle. It really is only suitable for going a short distance at walking pace over to the enemy's trenches. That's all it's ever going to do.
The loud and massive vehicle still nevertheless terrifies the enemy.
German soldiers were absolutely flabbergasted by this mechanical thing crawling towards them, which seemed to be bulletproof. The first time you saw one, they were terrifying. The second time, they were frightening. And the third time, they were slightly predictable.
The armor itself isn't thick enough to provide too much protection against direct artillery fire. And the Germans quickly realized that if they moved close enough to the tanks, they could fire through the observation slits, and they could set the fuel tanks on fire.
The tank's debut isn't enough to decide the war, but it is a convincing idea. Now every army in the world wants tanks, even the Germans, who are forbidden to do so by the 1919 peace treaty. They proceed anyway, and before long, Hitler's German Wehrmacht is equipped with entire armies of tanks. September the 1st, 1939. German tanks invade Poland and World War II begins. And with it comes the era of the so-called Blitz Wars, during which tanks become a decisive weapon. With tank invasions, the Germans quickly conquer half of Europe. By the end of June in 1940, Hitler has conquered Paris. Just 20 years earlier, the French and the Germans had waged war in the trenches for years. Now the Western campaign takes only 6 weeks.
The enemy couldn't respond because every time they responded, the Germans had already moved. So slow, lumbering responses from the British and the French in particular meant that by the time they realized what had happened, it was over and they were already retreating.
1 year later, German troops invade the Soviet Union. Hitler believes that just like in the West, victory will be swift thanks to the lightning speed of his tank attacks. At first, it seems as if all is going according to plan. But Soviet leadership recovers from the initial shock. Their country is huge and a counterattack is already being prepared. And it comes in the form of groundbreaking weapons technology. Almost 6 meters long, 3 meters wide, and weighing 26 tons. With wide tracks that make the Soviet T-34 mobile even in difficult terrain. The 3-meter-long cannon provides firepower superior to the German models. And at full speed, the steel Colossus can travel up to 55 kilometers per hour. Weapons expert Stephen Bull wants to take a closer look at the T-34. In 1941, the efficiency of the armor took the Germans completely by surprise.
Around the front here, the armor was 45 millimeters thick. But because it was so well sloped, a shell had to pass through 60 millimeters of armor.
How does it feel to drive a T-34? With an experienced tank crew, Stephen tests it out on the terrain.
So the T-34 had a crew of 4 men. There goes the driver, and the gunner, the loader, and last but not least, the commander.
This post-war version of the T-34 is still completely road-ready. From the outside, the tank seems huge, but inside, space is actually limited.
It's like a tight little oven, a noisy, tight little oven. And the reason I'm wearing this is because I'm expecting that my skull will be banging against the inside of the armour any moment. In my left hand, I have the lanyard to pull the mechanism of the main gun, and there should be a machine gun over my left-hand shoulder.
Tasks inside the T-34 are clearly distributed. In real combat, everyone knows what they need to do.
You're now down in the forward gunner's seat, looking back up at me from the position next to the driver. Just below you is the escape hatch. So if it gets bad, you can drop out through the floor. Hopefully we won't need to do that.
Now it heads onto the terrain. Can the T-34 handle the course and overcome the obstacles? The commander supervises the exercise. No problem for a steel Colossus. In World War II, the Soviet Union manufactures more than 50,000 T-34 tanks, double the amount of every type of German tank put together. Hitler's Wehrmacht attempts to make up for what they lack in tank numbers through a technically superior model. In 1942, a new tank called Tiger goes into mass production. At 26 tons, the T-34 runs at a speed of more than 50 kilometers per hour and is extremely maneuverable. The Tiger is more than twice as heavy and can only go 30 kilometers per hour. But it comes with much stronger weaponry. In a one-on-one battle, this would have advantages. Summer 1943. The Germans prepare for a major attack on the front in Kursk, roughly 500 kilometers south of Moscow.
The Soviets get intelligence of this operation and prepare for it, and they use minefields, anti-tank traps, and a whole series of systems to channel the German attack into predefined killing grounds where they can mass their own tanks.
July the 12th, 1943, the climax of the Battle of Kursk. More than 7,000 tanks and 2 million soldiers take part in the biggest tank battle of World War II.
The German tanks have an advantage in long-range firepower. The Russians have an advantage in mobility and close quarters fighting. So they set up battles that suit their tanks rather than the German tanks.
It is Hitler's last great attempt to defeat the Soviet army in a pivotal battle.
The largest tank battle in history is over, and so is the German offensive against the Soviet Union. This is the last battle where the Germans attack. From now on, the Soviets will attack and the Germans will defend.
The era of victories won by tank attacks has ended. Constant improvements in anti-tank weapons and air attacks have turned the hunters into the hunted. The successes of the World War II tanks take these developments into account. T-84 Oplot, the latest generation of Russian tanks. Since 2009, they've been part of the Ukrainian Army's arsenal. On behalf of the Malyshev Weapons Factory, former military personnel carry out various tests at a training site in Kharkiv, eastern Ukraine.
So this is the Oplot, the latest successor to the T-84, and it's got some amazing features. It's got explosive reactive armour, and it's got a 125mm gun, a smoothbore that can actually fire missiles. But perhaps most amazingly, it's a flying tank. It moves at 70 kilometers an hour on the road.
Stephen Bull wants to test whether the 50-ton tank can really pull this off. A military truck goes full throttle over the terrain, but it soon becomes clear that the T-84 Oplot can not only catch up with the truck, it can also effortlessly pass it. With its wide tracks on uneven ground, the tank will always be superior to a wheeled vehicle. But how destructive is this kind of modern tank? Stephen Bull and our team are there for the tank's test. The front of the current conflict in eastern Ukraine is about 300 kilometers away.
So the guys have just bombed up the tank and they've put in 3 rounds, and these are 2-part rounds. The projectile is fin stabilized, and behind it is the main charge of explosive.
The target is a solid stone wall. The team also sets up explosive gasoline drums behind it. The T-84's gun aims to destroy the target from a distance of 1.6 kilometers. From a distance of 1,650 meters, the tank reliably hits its target.
Well, that was a gut-shaking shot. You could see the flash. I could certainly feel the pressure going through my head. And I'm glad they warned me to keep my mouth open, because otherwise I'm quite sure something would pop inside there. So this wreckage here is what's left of the target. And you can see it's still burning, so I'm not going to go any closer than this, because if that goes off, this could be pretty serious.
But how does the modern tank handle uneven terrain? Stephen Bull goes along for the ride. The obstacle, 2 car wrecks. The 51-ton T-84 slides effortlessly over the vehicles. In the next test, the tank faces a burning roadblock. The tank seems to make it through the flames without effort as well. But in reality, it can only withstand a strong fire for a short amount of time.
I won't be doing that again in a hurry. When you were inside, some of the smoke and a few of the embers were being sucked in through some of the filtration system, and I could feel it getting very smoky in there. And I'm very glad that he got the lid open when he did. It certainly wasn't pleasant.
A tank that protects against any circumstance is only an illusion. The crews are actually no safer than the infantry. Tanks are as powerful as their myth only when they are used against civilians, whether in 1953 in East Berlin, 1968 in Prague, or in other places where dictatorships take actions against their own people. Today, as a tool of suppression, tanks are still the ideal weapon.
It's a powerful mechanical beast which threatens your security. It also makes you look big and strong. You know, it's the war elephant of the modern world. They're symbols of power as well as being powerful.
On modern battlefields, airplanes and missiles determine the victor. During the Cold War, the average estimated survival time of a tank crew was only a few minutes. And the role of large and powerful military equipment as a deterring symbol has long since shifted to other types of weapons. In 2002, American weapons engineers developed what is known as the mother of all bombs, a 9-meter-long bomb with an explosive charge of 11 tons of TNT.
The idea is, of course, that nuclear weapons can do it bigger and better than anything conventional, but you're not allowed to use them without starting a world war. So let's build the biggest one we can, short of a nuclear weapon.
15 years after its development under President Trump, the mother of all bombs is used for the first time. On April 13, 2017, it hits the site of the terrorist militia of the Islamic State in Afghanistan. Every building within a 150-meter radius is destroyed. The impact of the attack's media message takes the foreground, but the actual military gain is controversial.
What does it add to the arsenal of the world? Very little. There is a sense in which military organizations competing with each other, that's not a competition with anybody else, that's internal, and that's about their share of the budget voted through in Washington. So having that bomb makes them look good in Washington, and I suspect that's largely what's behind this.
This rivalry also plays out internationally. Russia's military debuts a male counterpart, the father of all bombs. In 2007, Russian state television broadcasts an alleged test of the vacuum bomb. But in this case as well, the bomb has a greater symbolic use as a propaganda than as an actual military tool.
During the explosion, the oxygen in the air burns to create an immense vacuum, and the pressure in the surrounding area drops abruptly. So if I've already inhaled and the air in my lungs is at normal atmospheric pressure, then it suddenly expands and my lungs burst.
For thousands of years, arms races have been a dangerous aspect of war. And despite any assurances that new weapons are only intended to deter an opponent, they are often still used, unleashing their full power of destruction. For thousands of years, humans have fought to rule the seas. 3 weapons significantly altered war on water. Using unique experiments, we demonstrate how conflicts play out on the oceans. The torpedo, an insidious and extremely effective weapon.
It changed warfare. It allowed the little guy to sink the big guy.
Mighty ship cannons rule the sea for centuries.
You can imagine the horror of being on the receiving end of 50 of those balls. This sort of war is no picnic.
The mysterious Byzantine flamethrower, Greek fire.
It's going to set you on fire, it's going to set your ship on fire, it's going to set your siege equipment on fire.
Greek fire destroys entire enemy fleets. But how can fire burn on the water? What's the secret to their formula? 677 AD, war over Constantinople. Muslim Arabic invaders lay siege to the Byzantine capital. Ships equipped with catapults blocked the city walls, cutting off all supplies to citizens under attack. The result, a famine.
In the 7th century, Constantinople is the city. It's the largest city in the world. It's the capital of what is still a very powerful East Roman or Byzantine Empire, and it's the gateway to Europe. So this is a very serious attack which could have had enormous geopolitical consequences.
It's war of religions. Since the death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632, Islam has spread rapidly. In 635, Arab warriors conquer Syria. In 637, they seize modern-day Iraq, followed by Persia, Palestine, and Egypt. In the north, the Islamic push for expansion clashes with the Byzantine Empire and its capital, Constantinople, the bulwark of Orthodox Christianity. A brilliant inventor named Kalashnikov gives the Byzantines hope. No portrait of him exists, but we know that he worked as an architect and probably was from present-day Lebanon. He presents Constantine IV with a new weapon, a mysterious substance that, when ignited, burns bright with a broiling heat. Greek fire. With it, the besieged hope that they can finally break through the Muslim blockade. The exact composition of Greek fire is still unknown. Weapons expert Stephen Bull wants to determine the most probable formula.
One of our most terrifying and mysterious experiments is Greek fire. Mysterious because the original recipe has been lost, and what we've had to do is bring together some of the most likely ingredients.
In Byzantium, the blend of the incendiary weapon was a state secret. Historical accounts mention amounts of sulfur, caustic lime, saltpeter, and crude oil, which at the time was referred to by its Greek name, naphtha, and extracted directly from the ground at sites in the Middle East. Mankind has consumed crude oil for thousands of years, using it early on for weapons as well. The people of the Stone Age attach arrowheads to their spears using asphalt like bitumen. In ancient times, oil was used to seal boats, and in Babylon, it was allegedly also used for illumination. The great oil boom of modern times begins in the middle of the 19th century with the drilling of the first wells. Initially, its most important use was powering petroleum lamps. As early as the 1910s, experts believed that the oil era was coming to an end. But even larger oil fields were discovered across the globe. And this oil makes a revolutionary new form of transport possible: the automobile.
In the early modern era, oil is also the fuel for war machines, for tanks and aeroplanes. Without oil, an army is just scrap metal in the middle of nowhere.
The 20th century starts off with the first motorized wars in history. The demand for oil dramatically increases. Enemy oil supplies are deliberately attacked.
When you look at history in recent times, it's always the case that whoever controls oil wells and supplies also has all the power and the potential to wage successful modern mobile wars.
Oil is used in the production of plastics, products. Oil per day. It's no because, among other reasons, are the largest consumers. For our experiment, Stephen Bull wants
So let's see how it works. It's burning.
the Byzantines wonder what happens when it comes into contact with water, like it did off the coast of Constantinople.
Obviously, that would be a very foolish thing to do. It seems to make the fire worse. It splutters, fades, and then gets worse again.
Since oil is the main ingredient of the fuel, it really blazes, and the ingredients make the whole thing very, very sticky. So that means that once you get it onto an enemy ship or onto a person, it sticks, and then you start to burn. And it's very difficult to get it off.
If a ship was attacked with Greek fire, it could not be extinguished with seawater. So what could stop this liquid fire?
Finally, something we would recognise from fire buckets: sand. So we're going to give sand a go.
Sand smothers the flames, but due to the issue of its weight, a large supply of sand was out of the question for the Muslim warships.
To have this stuff burning your ship, you've really got no option. Abandon ship or die.
With their difficult-to-extinguish fire, the Byzantines want to burn down the fleet of the attackers. But they face another problem. How do they manage to get the flames to reach the enemy ships? The solution is a primitive pump known as a siphon, which normally would expel a jet of water. Only instead of spitting water, it spits fire. Stephen Bull had this kind of pump recreated for our test. On the backside, it has a container for the flammable liquid. With a double-cylinder pump, the liquid moves through a pipe or hose up to the nozzle. With the help of a fire bowl, the liquid is then ignited.
So now we're doing it for real. We've got not just a small sample of Greek fire, we've got a whole siphon full. And as you can see, we're needing to take quite a few precautions. We've got fire suits and we've got a fire truck right on hand. And I'm really not quite sure how this is going to work out. And to say the least, I am a little nervous.
How dangerous is a replica Byzantine flamethrower?
Everybody ready? We're going to go now. We can see that the ignition system is blazing away merrily at the front there. And we're ready to shoot.
2 people are necessary to operate the pump. On one side, air is sucked in. On the other, fire comes out. The fiery jet only ends when the tank is empty. Our Greek fire works. The historic mass of fire doesn't go out, even on the water.
That was pretty spectacular. We were getting a range of about 10 meters, and it takes an awful lot of effort to pump that fire. You will also notice that my colleague was readjusting the nozzle as we were going, improving the aim. There's still a little bit of interference from wind, though, I would think. Quite an experiment, and at least partially successful. But the galleys have got to be pretty close.
Could this invention really have forced the Arab fleet to flee? According to ancient reports, up to 3 Greek fire hoses were installed on Byzantine warships.
With its ability to project sticky flames, the Greek fire siphon brought a new dimension to warfare. Flame could now be used at sea. It was a terrible shock for the enemy, and the siphon also became a morale weapon, a weapon which would be kept a deadly secret.
But how long does it take until a ship goes up in flames? Our next experiment, simulating an attack on a wooden warship.
The pressure seems to be good, the wind seems to have dropped. We're in with a fighting chance.
Will Stevens' mixture burn long enough to ignite the ship's wall from 10 meters away? In no time, the ship's wall is ablaze. The burning liquid sticks to the wood. All the crew could do was watch helplessly.
So we can definitely say that that one was a complete success. The side of the enemy ship was blazing, the water was blazing. There's little doubt that the Greeks would have won this naval engagement. At that time, for water to be burning would have been quite extraordinary. It's like a nuclear weapon or something, in that it has a new effect, something that people don't understand, and it's going to be absolutely terrifying.
Equipped with Greek fire, in 678 AD, Byzantine ships advanced to face the Muslim fleet. Before the commanders can realize what's happening, their ships have caught fire. Panic erupts on board. The Arab invaders are forced to flee. Constantinople keeps its independence for the next 750 years.
It's almost as if the Byzantines had been forced to the very last extremity and they'd dug out of their catalogue the last ultimate weapon, because the only way to save the city and the whole of their empire was to deploy this weapon, and it worked.
Greek fire became one of the most feared weapons of the medieval world. Anyone would avoid a ship carrying this weapon. The only known authentic depiction of Greek fire dates back to the 12th century. The picture shows the victory of the Byzantine fleet led by Emperor Michael in the civil war against General Thomas. The secret of this wonder weapon from the Eastern Mediterranean was strictly guarded. After the Ottomans conquered Constantinople in 1453, the knowledge behind Greek fire was lost. And now another weapon triumphs and soon makes the era of British rule over the oceans possible. August 1588. Several naval battles are underway in the English Channel. On one side, Catholic Spain, ruled by King Philip II, with his armada of 130 ships armed with heavy iron cannons. Philip wants to force England to return to the Catholic faith. Above all, the Spaniards are feared for their ability of capturing ships.
The Spanish built big ships. They were relatively high out of the water. The men who commanded the ships in battle were not sailors but soldiers. So the ships were fought essentially as mobile fighting platforms for soldiers. And the object was to close with the enemy, board and take his ship.
On the other side, Protestant England, ruled by Queen Elizabeth I. Their more agile ships are equipped with bronze cannons, which can fire from a greater distance. The English commanders know they must weaken the Spaniards from a distance. In close combat, they wouldn't stand a chance. Today, these kind of battles can be simulated on a computer with authentic ship models. But what effect did a cannonball of the time really have? Stephen Bull wants to find out. How effective were the cannons of the early modern era? A model has been recreated based on historical examples. The great powers of the time had an arsenal that ranged from fairly light cannons weighing 200 kilos to heavier examples weighing over 5 tons.
Developing over a period of 500 years, the cannon was a defining technology of the early modern era. Cannon changed both fortifications and ships, and in so doing, helped project European sea power all over the world.
In Lutsk, Ukraine, specialists have researched the construction plan of a ship cannon from the late 16th, early 17th century. Pipe length 1.5 meters, with an inner diameter of 10.6 centimeters.
What we're going to reconstruct here is a full-blown 9-pounder of the 17th century. Some of the features of our cannon will include a touch hole here and a taper bore, so the powder charge will be at this end of the barrel. What is going to be special about this cannon is that we'll be firing a ball with full charge. And if this works, its effect on a ship target could be spectacular.
Unlike 400 years ago, our cannon is not cast but milled. This is done for safety reasons. A faulty casting could cause the cannon to shatter. Only our cannonballs are cast, weighing 4.5 kilos. They cannot explode, just as they couldn't during the time of the Spanish Armada. Explosive grenades were only used later. At a test site, Stephen Bull wants to find out how accurately it can hit a dummy ship from a distance of 100 meters, and how much damage it really does.
So this is our magnificent reproduction of a naval gun from the middle of the 17th century. And unlike most reproductions of cannons, this thing can really fire the solid round shot of about 9 pounds. And we're about to find out what this could do to a ship of the period.
After 4 weeks, our cannon is ready. The target, the ship's structure 100 meters away. From this distance, can the cannon hit the side of the ship with its first shot? Or at least strike the rigging and the mast? Will the historical replica even work at all?
The principle behind cannons and smaller, simpler firearms is actually very similar. You have basically a tube that's closed one end, and you put in black powder, for example, a substance that can explode, and a projectile, and then you ignite the whole thing, which results in an explosion. Due to the sudden expansion in volume, the projectile is shot through the tube very, very quickly, and then keeps on flying in the same direction.
So now we're preparing the powder charges, and these are kept in this canister in one sealed bag. In goes the charge.
1.5 kilos of gunpowder is necessary per shot.
So here's the solid round shot going down into the barrel. It's a real moment of tension because I really don't know what's going to happen next. It's probably time that we fall back. Well, I've never done this before, and now they're taking aim over the barrel, aim on the target, so it's imminent.
Now we'll find out if our cannon can actually fire.
Go, go, go!
Will the amount of gunpowder be enough to shoot the 4.5 kilo ball 100 meters? For centuries, gunpowder was the only propellant for firearms. It was most likely invented in China in the 11th century, where it was most commonly used for fireworks as well as cannons. In the 13th century, the first gunpowder recipes were recorded in Europe. And after that, this explosive knowledge quickly spreads across the entire continent.
Gunpowder is one of those fairly basic things that gets invented in two separate places. The Chinese invent gunpowder and use it to make rockets and fireworks. The Europeans invent it and use it to make cannon to knock down castles.
Gunpowder ideally consists of 75% potassium nitrate, colloquially known as saltpeter, 15% charcoal, and 10% sulfur. Demand increases rapidly due to the mass use of firearms in the 16th century. The main ingredient, saltpeter, is so scarce that the profession of saltpeter makers becomes more and more important. Hundreds search on behalf of their respective countries, despised by the locals. Saltpeter is formed when animal and human excrement mix with lime present in soil, occurring frequently under stables or residential buildings.
You have to keep in mind that when a saltpeter boiler arrives at a village, there was always the fear that they would somehow snatch part of your house away from you, because it was clear they wanted the material, and I wouldn't welcome someone as a friend if they threatened my own home. But in this case, of course, the authorities also depend on the raw material.
At the end of the 19th century, gunpowder for firearms was replaced by the low-smoke option of cellulose nitrate. Today, we use gunpowder primarily as fuel for fireworks. Our 4.5 kilo cannonball is ready to be shot out of the cannon with 1.5 kilograms of gunpowder. But will that amount be enough for it to hit the target 100 meters away?
So the gun has recoiled all the way back from the gun port, and if you look at the gun port, it's actually damaged the gun port. And even from this distance, I can see a hole in the lower right-hand portion of the target. I think we've got to go and give that a closer look.
16th century ships have varying wall thicknesses of up to 50 centimeters. Not every shot would have been able to penetrate them.
So the first shot is clearly a hit. Clean through the target. So one shot may not sink a ship, but you can see it's gone clean through the wood. But even if the ball doesn't damage the crew, then there's going to be plenty of these. Wood splinters flying around inside the vessel, and these can cause horrible injuries.
Splitter führen häufig zu scharfen Verletzungen.
Shrapnel could cause serious injuries, deep wounds that later could also become infected.
Blutgefäße aufreißen.
Blood vessels could be ruptured or important organs could be damaged.
Wichtige Organe verletzen können.
In naval wars, the use of cannons had a powerful psychological effect on ships' crews.
You can imagine the horror of being on the receiving end of 50 of those balls, and the sort of damage that it can do to a crew when you're at sea, and the primitive sort of medicine that you might be lucky enough to receive. This sort of war is no picnic.
For our next experiment, Stephen Bull wants to try a different cannonball. Will it do more damage to the ship?
So now we're going to try something different, something potentially more vicious. This is actually what you call a chain shot. It's effectively two half solid shots linked by a chain. And the idea is that the shot will whirl in the air, and potentially you can cut things in half, whether this is rigging or a mast or even the human body. This is a really vicious weapon, and as far as I'm aware, it's never been test-fired.
They were used for close-range attacks against the deck or mast, or even against the crew. Pirates in particular were big fans of this weapon.
With the next try, the chain shot is aimed a little higher, right at the rigging.
Actually, I'm quite concerned about what's going to happen now. A lot will depend on whether the chain stays in one piece as it leaves the barrel, or will we land up with merely fragments coming from the gun? And will the aim be disturbed by the fact that it is a whirling chain? Okay, we've got to fall back now. Let's make it about 100 yards behind the bank. Let's move.
The cannon is charged, the crew ready. Time to fire the chain shot. It's a hit. The chain shot tore a huge hole in our ship's wall.
This is interesting because the shot was aimed higher but has actually gone in lower, closer to the waterline. And I'm not sure whether the chain has whirled or whether we've got the chain and the shot all going through together in the same spot. But in any case, the hole is far, far bigger than the hole from the solid round. So anything behind this chain shot as it goes through is going to be pretty badly damaged.
Both experiments have demonstrated that even just one cannonball could seriously damage a ship. And in historical naval battles, hundreds of these weapons faced off against each other. When the Spanish Armada encounters the English fleet, they have over 100,000 cannonballs on board. So why can't they manage to defeat the English? Their downfall is a result of their range and firing speed. The Spanish cannons are stored on unwieldy racks. In the narrow below-deck area, reloading takes too long.
This is a key technical difference between the English and the Spanish fleets in the campaign of the Spanish Armada of 1588. The English can reload their heavy guns and fire them many times. The Spanish load their guns, fire them, and that's it. They're then left with only infantry weapons, small guns, muskets. And the English refuse to engage the Spanish at close quarters. They just hang off at a distance and use range to bombard the Spanish until they're disabled and have to retreat.
For several hours, the Spaniards are constantly under fire. Their strong ships receive countless hits, but only 5 vessels sink during the fierce sea battles off the south coast of England. As they retreat, the Armada is battered by a severe storm. More than 10,000 Spaniards die, and only half of their fleet manages to return home. In the decades to follow, England replaces Spain as the world's leading naval power. The British Crown secures their dominant position through several naval wars. And with control of sea trade and an ever-increasing amount of income from their colonies, the empire becomes the richest nation in Europe. In 1805, after their victory against Napoleon's fleet at Trafalgar, England becomes the undisputed superpower of the seas for an entire century. The cannon continues to be a decisive weapon for the Royal Navy. The naval gun remained relevant until the 20th century, when heavily armored ships began to be built. Thousands of cannons were melted down. Our replica will also be rendered harmless after filming. A new weapon in competition with a ship cannon hits its victims without a warning. It approaches almost silently and then causes devastating damage. The torpedo. February the 7th, 1945, near Bergen, Norway, Operation Caesar, the most secret submarine mission of World War II. To this day, it is the only known instance of a submarine that was successfully torpedoed by another submarine. The U-864, a long-range submarine of the German Navy, is headed towards Japan. But it's detected along the way. Venturer, a British submarine, tracks the propeller noise of the Germans to calculate the course of the submerged enemy. They fire 4 torpedoes, and one of them is a hit. All 73 crew members aboard the U-864 die. This is the first effective underwater duel in military history. Weapons expert Stephen Bull knows that the development of the torpedo was a lengthy and technologically complicated process. In its first decades, the torpedo is extremely expensive and barely provided any military advantage.
The torpedo is one of the most interesting weapons of naval warfare. In the 19th century, it transformed strategy because it gave small nations and small ships the ability to take on the major fleets of the world. The technology behind this weapon is curious and fascinating.
From the beginning, there were many different versions of the torpedo. For example, the German G7A torpedo of World War II is over 7 meters long and weighs 1.5 tons. The only thing it has in common with other torpedoes is self-propulsion and an explosive charge. One precursor of the torpedo is the sea mine. In the 18th century, its aim is to destroy enemy ships using a blast from below, an attractive weapon option for countries that are not the strongest at sea. But the mines are not very effective. They are stationary and will only explode if a ship runs into them. Contemporary experts refer to naval mines as a sort of defensive torpedo. But fleets all over the world still long for a functional offensive torpedo, an explosive charge that can precisely hit the enemy. On February the 17th, 1864, during the American Civil War, a so-called spar torpedo was put into use. A rod with an attached explosive device that could be rammed into an enemy ship.
During the American Civil War, the mine was also used as an offensive weapon by mounting it on the end of a long pole. The Confederate submersible, the CSS Hunley, which was essentially a man-cranked primitive submarine, 7 men sitting at a crankshaft, turning it rapidly to propel this thing, with a long pole on the front and a mine on the end of the pole, which was detonated by contact.
This makes the Confederate vessel the first submarine ever to sink an enemy ship with a torpedo during battle. And after the successful hit, the Hunley itself disappears without trace. The ship wreckage is not found again until 1995, when the mystery is finally solved. The Hunley was too close to its own torpedo. The shockwave of the explosion destroyed the sailor's lungs. The spar torpedo was a technical dead end that killed more than just the enemy. After the end of the American Civil War, 2 Europeans contribute to the next phase of development. British engineer Robert Whitehead and Giovanni Lupis, an officer of the Austro-Hungarian Navy. Together, they equip the torpedo with self-propulsion, using a pressure tank of highly compressed air as an energy source. Now the torpedo should be able to head for its target on its own. It has a range of 300 to 400 meters, traveling at a speed of only 11 kilometers per hour. This early form of the torpedo goes down in history as the Whitehead.
Indeed, the torpedo, as we now know it, was known as a Whitehead for the first 25, 30 years, and everybody bought the patent to use the torpedo from Robert Whitehead. It changed the biggest battleships.
To find out how a Whitehead torpedo works in practice. Is it possible to precisely hit a target with this weapon that is more than 100 years old? As early as 1868, another innovation was added to the Whitehead torpedo.
The fish behind me, with the green and black markings, is the Whitehead torpedo of the late 1860s. It has a hydrostatic pendulum. The pendulum hydrostat includes a pendulum and a bar. So when the torpedo changes its attitude in the water, the pendulum moves. The pendulum activates a rod, and the rod moves the hydroplanes at the end of the torpedo. By doing this, the attitude of the torpedo can be adjusted and its stability in the water much improved.
In our test, we want to hit a dummy ship 25 meters away. To match the early torpedo, Bull operated at low speed. The rudders of the Whitehead replica must be adjusted in advance. They can't be corrected after the launch.
The weather's quite good at the moment, but there's a bit of a current, and it's causing the target to drift and the torpedo to drift, and we're going to try and get the two into alignment. When they're in alignment, we can press the button and the torpedo can run. I think we look ready.
Yeah, we look ready. Then we're ready to
we're ready to go. Torpedo run.
Will the Whitehead torpedo hit our dummy ship?
It's drifting off to the left somewhere.
The torpedo can't hold course even on a calm sea. A diver heads out to recover it.
In the early days of the torpedo, it was actually very difficult to hit a ship. And this is one reason that they would launch several torpedoes at once. A group of torpedoes moving across the ocean, there's a much higher chance of hitting a ship. And your chances are better still if it's a group of ships.
The early torpedoes of the 19th century still had a long way to go before becoming a war-deciding weapon. Theoretically, a Whitehead torpedo is capable of hitting a target from a distance using self-propulsion and depth control, but even a slight current diverts it from its course.
I think it's most unlikely that this would have been a very successful weapon of war. So the idea that they changed the system within 2 or 3 years is really no surprise to me.
It only takes 2 years before the next phase of development begins, and the solution that will revolutionize the torpedo comes from the civilian sector, the gyroscope, invented in 1810 by Johann Gottlieb von Bohrenberger, a professor of physics, mathematics and astronomy at the University of Tübingen. In 1870, a gyroscopic instrument was first added to a torpedo. The Howell torpedo, named after John A. Howell, an American rear admiral, uses a gyroscope for stabilization.
The principle of the gyroscope depends on centrifugal force. So providing some force, the gyroscope spins, and now it maintains its stability and direction.
Due to the rotation, an equal force acts outwards at every point on its axis. This keeps the gyroscope stable. In a torpedo, the gyroscope is attached to the rudder via a rod system. When the current pushes the torpedo to the side, the gyroscope automatically corrects the course. Modern torpedoes have a computer chip with a built-in gyroscope function.
Similar technology was used in all sorts of navigational equipment. And even today, an electronic version is still in the smartphone, which knows which way it's facing, however you hold it.
Our next test, a gyroscope-controlled torpedo.
The silver torpedo, here in front of me, has a gyroscope. So in theory, this torpedo will be much more accurate than the old example. The question is, will this experiment demonstrate the point. So the torpedo's pointed at the target, and we're going to start it off. We're ready to go? Go! It's moving a little faster this time.
Thanks to the gyroscope, the torpedo cannot be swayed from its course.
Actually, this is looking good. It's pretty straight. Three, two, one. Actually, an excellent shot, even though I say it myself.
The decisive stage of development. With the addition of the gyroscope, the torpedo will become a strategically vital weapon over the coming decades. For the first time, submarines equipped with torpedoes are used in large numbers during World War I, particularly by the German Empire. From 1914 to 1918, German submarines sank a total of more than 6,000 ships. One of the countless human tragedies is the sinking of the British Lusitania. On May the 7th, 1915, the German U-20 attacks the passenger ship with a torpedo. Within only 18 minutes, the 239-meter-long ship sinks. Close to 1,200 people perish. Only around a third of the passengers manage to survive. Among the victims are many Americans. This only increases the will of the United States of America to enter the war against Germany. There is only one way to hunt the German submarines: intercepting the radio traffic, a task of the secret services.
Intelligence has been a critical part of war since the dawn of time. Knowing what your enemy knows and making sure he doesn't know what you know gives you an advantage.
World War II begins in 1939. Intercepting German radio traffic is no longer possible. The Nazis use a cipher machine that was developed by Arthur Scherbius in 1918. Its name, Enigma.
In the Second World War, we come to the German Enigma machine, which was invented to deal with the problem that the British had broken German radio signal codes in the First World War and had used them very effectively. So this mechanical electrical encryption system was designed to be unbreakable.
Encryption techniques had been used before, but the Enigma combines different mechanisms into a single complex code.
A very simple encryption technique is to just move along in the alphabet so A becomes B and B becomes C. But this is very easy to crack. Enigma had a different method. Every letter was replaced by another letter, but you didn't always move the same number of letters forward. Enigma itself was a machine similar to a typewriter, and it had 3 rollers that rotated a little bit further with each input. So if you knew the exact position of the rollers, you could calculate how much forward or backwards you needed to move, and you could decode a text perfectly.
For months, Allied specialists have tried in vain to crack the Enigma code. Capturing the crew of a German submarine and, with the help of Polish specialists, they are finally on the track of the mystery. A few radio transmissions are decrypted, but it still takes too much effort and too much time. At this rate, there is no way that they'll stop the terror of the German submarines. An invention from a reclusive mathematician ultimately turns the tides in the brutal Battle of the Atlantic. Alan Turing develops a highly complex deciphering machine nicknamed the Turing machine. It can crack the daily new Enigma encryptions much faster than any other device, making it a predecessor of the modern computer.
In the Battle of the Atlantic, the critical battle of the Second World War, which kept Britain in the war, what the British did initially was to use that information not to fight the enemy, but to make sure the enemy couldn't find the convoys. They would move the convoys away from the submarines. Once they knew where the submarine was, they moved the convoy.
If the ship changes position, the torpedo can't hit anything. Its course can't be changed. The next leap in technology is a torpedo that can self-correct its course. During World War II, the so-called passive process was developed. The torpedo was able to detect the sound of a ship's propeller and steer towards it. Active tracking is perfected during the Cold War arms race. The torpedo itself generates sound waves and heads towards the echo that bounces back from the target. But the torpedo is also a safety risk for the carrier ship. Many accidents occur. On August 12, 2000, the loss of the Russian nuclear submarine Kursk is most likely the result of a defective torpedo. 118 people die. Various carrier systems, including surface ships, airplanes, and helicopters, all play a role in the history of the torpedoes. But submarines are certainly the most important of them all. The US Navy deploys them in formations known as battle groups, a complete squadron of combat ships and submarines. In coordination with an aircraft carrier, they can control entire strategic sea zones.
The aircraft carrier is the ultimate naval weapons system. It's a mobile airfield with 50 or 60 or even 80 frontline combat jets on board. It can move hundreds of miles in a day. It's capable of operating at sea for long periods.
Today, further torpedo developments focus primarily on speed. Now, effective countermeasures like decoys or anti-torpedo weapons are available. But the faster a torpedo reaches its target, the harder it is to fend off. In the future, the navies of the world's superpowers are betting on a completely new technology: supercavitation. With the help of this futuristic technology, torpedoes and potentially even entire submarines will be able to race through the seas at the speed of sound. It utilizes a physics phenomenon. A bubble filled with water vapor almost completely envelops the underwater vessel up to the tip, greatly reducing the flow of resistance. The Russian Navy already has a torpedo with this technology in use, which can achieve a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. And so, the race for the most destructive weapon at sea continues. Ambush the enemy, surprise them. Insidious but efficient. Strategies that have determined the outcome of wars and have been employed for centuries. We will present 3 weapons used in attacks from cover. Astonishing experiments reveal their secrets. The landmine, perfidious and invisible.
Stop! You're in a minefield! Stop!
The Dreiser gun increases the rate of fire.
It transforms the way the rest of the world looks at infantry firepower.
Particularly perilous for cavalry, caltrops.
You can't smell them, you don't know where they are, you don't know how many they are. That's Russian roulette.
The Romans were using caltrops as early as 2,000 years ago. Why are they so feared? Since horses were domesticized, they became an integral part of battles. Infantry soldiers are hardly a match for armed riders.
The problem for infantry when they face cavalry is the speed with which the cavalry move and the weight they bring to contact.
The impact of a cavalry attack can decide the fate of an entire war.
And it takes a lot of discipline to make foot soldiers stand when they're being charged by horsemen.
The mobility and speed of cavalry attacks pose problems. Ancient military leaders are trying to find more efficient weapons to counter the attacks. A tool known as the caltrop proves to be an ingenious solution. Weapons expert Mike Loades wants to take a closer look at the small weapon. How were caltrops deployed on the battlefield?
Well, this vicious matrix of iron spikes, it's called a caltrop. And they were used on the ancient and medieval battlefield in their thousands, scattered all over the field. The thing about them is that when you throw them, they land spike up. They're always going to land with one of these spikes sticking up. So anybody walking through long grass can't see this, and their foot drives through the spike. This one's got a barb, so very difficult to get out. Vicious against horses, kind of medieval minefield.
On horseback, soldiers can hardly see the caltrops. If used correctly, they can cause deep injuries for both humans and animals.
The heavier, the deeper the spikes drive into the skin. This is particularly dangerous for cavalry horses. And of course, speed plays into it. If I'm moving fast, the spike is going to impale the foot or the hoof, and that immobilizes you.
217 CE, Roman infantry soldiers are fighting the heavily armed Parthian riders in the Battle of Nisibis. As the horsemen gallop towards them, the Romans fake a retreat and scatter tribuli on the battlefield, the Roman version of the caltrop. They consist of 4 sharp iron spikes. Roman tribuli have barbs, which are less common on their medieval counterparts.
In those situations, the caltrop can be very useful to control the terrain. You can create dead ground where no one can go, and that can prevent a flanking attack or the enemy coming round behind. So the caltrop is useful to control the ground.
Tribuli slow down cavalry attacks in the most insidious and efficient manner, often causing great losses for both men and horses. Tribuli or caltrops are easy to make. Every blacksmith can forge them. Jens Christiansen shows us how. He only has to heat a piece of iron that has been prepared beforehand, bend the ends to achieve the intended form, and forge the spikes. That's it. The defensive weapon is ready for use.
What a terrible, terrible thing. So this is the Roman version, the tribulus. The barbs are intimidating. If that goes through your foot, or certainly a horse's foot, that man is out of action, that horse is out of action forever. So by the Middle Ages, they had dispensed with these barbs, and the tribulus became the caltrop. It's the same thing, different name, but without the barbs.
Tribuli are part of the standard equipment of the Roman legions. For horses, stepping on a caltrop usually marks their doom. The most important animals in military history are particularly vulnerable along the underside of their hooves. Horses play a decisive factor in winning wars through to the 20th century. German forces alone lost about 1.5 million horses during World War I. Ever since men have been waging wars, animals have been among the victims. They are often the first ones to die, be it in the front lines or when transporting weapons, ammunition, or food.
Cannon siege engines have been pulled by oxen rather than by horses. And the great advantage of the ox is when he's finished his job, you can eat him. So animals are also a critical part of the food chain, and the fact that they're mobile means it's easier to move an animal food supply than it is a vegetable food supply, which needs animals to tow it.
Even elephants are used in World War I. The most famous of them is a lady. In Sheffield, Lizzie takes over the work from the horses in the steel industry after those have been deployed to the front lines. Hannibal's legendary crossing of the Alps was accompanied by 37 elephants. To this day, it remains unclear how many of them froze to death or fell down the mountain slopes. Dogs are also deployed to the front lines in World War I. Most of them serve as watchdogs, detection dogs, or rescue dogs. They play a crucial role for the troops. A short moment with the animals can already have a huge impact on the soldiers' morale. Stubby, a Boston and Bull Terrier mix, becomes famous. He saves his regiment from mustard gas attacks, finds artillery grenades and wounded soldiers. To this day, animals are used in the military. Sea lions and about 70 dolphins are currently serving in the US Navy. Their mission, finding mines and enemy combat divers. They undergo special training to learn how to mark and report their targets. Their great military value often makes animals a target for the enemy. For horses, stepping onto a caltrop often means receiving the coup de grace. In battle, soldiers neither have the time nor sympathy for a wounded animal. Mike Loades wants to find out if caltrops are really that easy to deploy.
And what I want to find out is, in a field of caltrops, what's the Russian roulette? What's the chance of a cavalryman getting through? We've got these sponges soaked in blue paint, and I'm going to hide them in the grass here, so the horses can't see them. Get them well covered.
Mike Loades distributes our dummy caltrops across a staked-off plot.
If you were doing it in the Middle Ages, you would just simply be throwing them out as you walk back. You could get it done really quite quickly.
At top speed, 4 horsemen will try to cross the field unharmed.
You can also see underneath on a horse's foot how vulnerable it is. Look, this is soft. This is where the spike of a caltrop would go in. Really cruel weapon.
Can the horses cross the whole area at full speed and escape unscathed?
Action!
Caltrops are invisible to a galloping horse and its rider. In our experiment, of course, we make sure no animal is harmed. The worst that can happen are some color stains. But in war, stepping on a caltrop would mean game over for the horse, and often also for the rider.
Okay, let's have a look. I can see straight away that Absalom has fallen victim to a caltrop. Look at that. You can see the streak of blue down his leg. The horse would be down, the rider would be thrown. They're out of the battle. Look at that. On his hind leg, this horse as well has stepped on a sponge, which means he would have stepped on a caltrop. Look at that. That's... Even being this wet, I think there'd be a trace. So maybe you survived. Nothing here. Both hooves are clean. But that's 2 horses out of 4 in that one run got struck by caltrops. Imagine if you're in a cavalry charge and your fellows go down and, you know, the cry would go up, caltrops. It would take a brave man or a foolish man to ride their horse through there. That's Russian roulette.
Our experiment has shown there is no protection against a caltrop attack. Nevertheless, the weapon can harm both friend and foe. One of the few historical depictions of documenting the use of caltrops is a mural in the chapel of Schönenbuchen in southern Germany. It depicts mercenaries on a raid in the Black Forest in 1444. Farmers are trying to stop them with caltrops.
You put baskets of caltrops on a mountain pass that's the only way to get to your town, then you decimate an army before it arrives. You put baskets of caltrops through a woodland causeway, then you cause chaos in an attacking army. You don't even have to fight them.
Are there only just a few historical depictions of caltrops because they are considered dishonorable weapons? Regardless, over the course of history, millions of them have been manufactured. And the ingenuity of medieval weapon engineers will bring more ideas to light.
The caltrop is a silent assassin. It hides and waits for its victims. But sometimes it's used more actively. We actually have evidence of caltrops in clay pots, pots that could be dropped from the height of city walls or castles. But you would think that once the pot smashed and these caltrops were on the ground, everyone would know where they were. They would know it was a minefield. But there was something else in the pot.
When the pots break, not only caltrops cover the battlefield. The result is one of the first chemical weapons of history.
The other ingredient in the pot of caltrops was quicklime. Quicklime's used in building materials, mortar, cement. This is it when it's set. This is now inert. But before it's inert, it's a very, very dangerous substance in powder form. That's why, for this demonstration, we're using flour, not the real thing. Quicklime is made from crushed seashells and limestone that are then heated to a very, very high temperature. And then you get this substance that reacts with water, reacts with any moisture, and it has a rapid acceleration in temperature, and it burns like acid.
The clay pots filled with caltrops proved to be a particularly efficient defensive weapon in sieges.
You got it? Good.
Sometimes medieval defendants used in the upwards of several hundred clay pots.
This was really quicklime. It would be a scene of true terror. This dust would be getting down the back, behind your armor. You couldn't get at it. It would be getting in your eyes. Everything would be stinging, and you would be blinded.
Die Wirkung vom
Quicklime is completely caustic for humans. It's basically an acid and causes extremely bad chemical burns. It's also highly flammable, so if in addition to the caltrops and quicklime you add other highly flammable substances, you can effortlessly make it all catch fire.
kommt es auch noch zusätzlich zu einem Feuer.
This stuff, if it's quicklime, touching the moisture in your eyes would burn your eyes out, and you could not see, and you would stand on the caltrops.
This always caught the enemy off guard, slowed down attacks on the battlefield, or prevented them altogether. The fact that caltrops are so easy to manufacture makes them a cheap and mass-produced defensive weapon. They remain important even when motor vehicles are introduced. Modern caltrops and their variations, like spike strips, destroy car tires even today. Police all around the globe use them. They are one of the few weapons in history that have been deployed almost unaltered since the Roman era. Our next weapon is also used to ambush the enemy. But unlike caltrops, it is suitable for both offense and defense. The Dreiser needle gun. July 1866, Königgrätz, northern Bohemia. 440,000 soldiers of the two most powerful states in the German Confederation are facing each other in battle. Whoever wins this war will win the fight for the hegemony and power over the future of what we know today as Germany. The Austrian troops are armed with traditional muzzle loaders, which have a long reach. On the other side, Prussian soldiers, equipped with state-of-the-art breech-loading guns. These weapons will revolutionize warfare in Europe. Weapons expert Wolfgang Staber wants to test this wonder weapon from 1866 for us. What makes the needle gun so innovative?
A fascinating weapon. It's amazing what it can do.
In the 16th century, the musket becomes the standard weapon of infantry. Compared to its predecessor, the shooting range is especially long. But muskets and all other muzzleloaders have one major downside.
Muzzle loaders are the original firearm. You have a muzzle that's closed on one end. It's loaded with black powder or another type of explosive, and then the projectile. The problem is, you always have to lean over the firearm to reload it. Everything needs to be rammed down into the barrel really snugly.
This results in the line formation. All soldiers fire their weapons simultaneously. Cover is not an issue yet, just like camouflage.
Uniforms in the early modern era are very, very colourful because you have to be able to tell apart the various units on the battlefield. This may sound odd at first, but you have to remember that due to the powder dust coming from the musket cells, the air was filled with a thick smoke. As a commander, you need to be able to see where which unit is standing.
How is it possible that soldiers still fight unprotected in the 19th century, clad in colourful uniforms that are easy to spot, and only a few decades later fight each other from the trenches? German inventor Johann Nikolaus von Dreiser has been working on a new gun since 1827. Back then, the ignition of standard weapons was not weatherproof because the wheel locks were placed outside the weapon. In Dreiser's gun, however, the ignition takes place within the wheel lock, with the help of an ignition needle piercing the cartridge. Dreiser builds a cartridge that contains a projectile, a propellant, and black powder all in one piece, which is placed into the muzzle from the rear side of the gun. In 1841, the Prussian army starts buying this gun in large quantities, but it will take another 20 years until its first major debut. Wolfgang Staber is an expert in blasting techniques and historical weapons. To this day, he is fascinated by the development of the Dreiser gun.
The lock system was so revolutionary that it's been copied 1 million times and it's still used today. It would have been impossible to manufacture modern weapons without this crucial invention.
The Dreiser needle gun, a breech-loading gun with a cylindrical lock. Firing pin cartridges are used as ammunition. They still have paper cases, but they make it possible to refill the propellant, black powder, and projectile with just one movement. Our experiment begins. Is the needle gun really superior to the musket? Wolfgang Staber and another gunman are making preparations.
Which one will fire faster, the Dreiser gun, a breech-loading gun, or the muzzle loader, which is easy to handle? We're about to find out. We've got 1 minute.
Plastic bottles filled with liquid and tins serve as targets. The test is intended to show what the Austrians had to face in 1866 when they encountered the Prussians and their new guns.
Fire at will.
Compared to the Dreiser and its all-in-one cartridge, loading the muzzle is time-consuming. The needle gun clearly has the edge in terms of speed. The minute is over. Wolfgang Staber has managed 3 shots in 60 seconds. One of them hit the target. His opponent only manages to load and fire his gun once.
I was superior by far in terms of rate of fire.
The quick loading and firing of the Dreiser needle gun is a game changer in battlefield tactics. With the help of 2 gotcha teams, Wolfgang Staber wants to demonstrate why.
Hi everyone, thanks for being here today. We're about to conduct a historical experiment. Blue is Prussia, these are the Austrians. It's the battle between a breech-loading system and a muzzle-loader system. Everyone has the same weapons. The Austrians are only allowed to reload once and have to wait 20 to 30 seconds. This is about the time it took a historical muzzle-loader to reload. The Prussians are allowed to reload once, fire, reload once, fire.
Team Orange has to fire together and load while standing, just as the musketeers had to do until the middle of the 19th century. Team Blue may now take cover.
Attention everyone, get ready, 3, 2, 1.
Being able to fire faster and to take cover to reload. The benefits of the needle gun should be quite obvious during our test.
How real. Just imagine how muzzle-loaders used to shoot back in the days. They all fired their guns at the same time. It maybe took a well-trained shooter 20 seconds to fire one shot. They're an easy target.
Hit! One man down.
Team Blue is still intact, 0 hits. They're bending down and are much harder to hit. Oh, this doesn't look good at all for them.
Oh, come on, hit him!
Team Blue wins. Team Orange doesn't stand the slightest chance against the attack from cover.
Team Blue was significantly faster. They could take cover and were therefore a much smaller target. Team Orange had to stand. Firing one shot took them much longer, which is historically accurate, and this is why Blue won.
On the 19th century battlefield, the breech-loading technique still has a few kinks, but soon turns out to be a pioneer development. Only the generals still have their reservations.
You have to imagine the generals as very conservative people. Never change a winning team, never change a winning weapon. They were also worried that introducing new gun systems like the Dreiser needle gun would make the ammunition use skyrocket, paradoxically, because it could fire quickly, and that this would incur enormous costs.
The Battle of Königgrätz in 1866, however, puts any doubts to rest. A wooden hill known as a sweep forest is a key position for the Prussians.
The Prussians entrenched themselves in a forest. They took advantage of the benefit their breech-loading guns had over the muzzle loaders, the higher rate of fire, and they could be used from any position.
The longer reach of the Austrian muzzle loaders served no purpose on the ground in Königgrätz. The battle claims an unusually large number of victims. The Prussians fire their Dreiser guns from their cover. By nightfall, 13,000 Austrians are dead or missing. The Prussians only lose about 2,000 men.
So this becomes the battle-winning weapon in 1866, and it transforms the way the rest of the world looks at infantry firepower. All of a sudden, there's a new way of fighting with infantry, and it involves breech-loading rifled weapons.
Fundamental changes of battlefield tactics can almost always be traced back to new weapons technology. It is mostly up to the generals to make the next call. How do I use my units best? The 17th century serves as an example of this. The bayonet replaces the pike and leads to the introduction of what is called line formation. Infantry units form in line in 2 to 3 ranks. Such ranks of soldiers can be up to 1,000 meters long. On command, all weapons are fired simultaneously with fatal blows, known as volley fire.
Infantry battles in the age of the musket were fought by platoons, regiments, and whole armies of men standing in 2 and 3 lines, exchanging volleys of leveled fire, not aimed fire. Soldiers were not trained to aim at the enemy, they were trained to level, to point their musket dead ahead towards the enemy. And you fired as many rounds as possible, as quickly as possible, hoping that you would do more damage to the enemy than they would do to you. Precision was not an issue. This was about masses of bullets being fired as quickly as possible.
The rate of fire of the Dreiser needle gun will change that. Battles become more mobile. Soldiers take cover and shoot at the enemy forces in a targeted way. Another development fosters the change in tactics. The dense smoke of black powder looms over the battlefields well into the 19th century. French chemist Paul Vier invents a new gunpowder in 1884. The poudre B is almost smokeless. Generals can keep track of things more easily now and coordinate movements on the battlefield. The Dreiser needle gun and poudre B move Europe's battles from open fields into cover. Soon after, automatic weapons promote a further change in military tactics. They result in camouflage uniforms and trenches. Movement during battle, therefore, becomes increasingly dangerous. Another reason for this is that an old design can now be manufactured at an industrial scale, the landmine. El Alamein, Egypt, 1942. The German Afrika Corps under their commander Erwin Rommel has pushed through Tunisia and reached Egypt. British troops are intending to stop the German advance near El Alamein, about 100 kilometers from Alexandria. Desert battlefield offers virtually no cover and therefore lends itself perfectly for the use of landmines. Both sides deploy countless of these hidden explosive devices. They hide more than 17 million landmines in the sand.
The modern landmine was invented as part of a defensive system to prevent the enemy attacking. Rather like the medieval caltrop, it's an anti-attack system.
The British mine belt limits Rommel's tank troops severely. They also lack supplies and air support. The battle comes to an end in autumn 1942. The Germans have to retreat. 6 months later, Hitler loses his war in North Africa for good. To this day, the legacy of this campaign lies deep within the North African desert. Experts estimate that about 1/5 of the landmines buried worldwide lie in the desert area around the Libyan-Egyptian border. Clearing these old minefields costs millions.
The purpose of landmines is to stop the enemy using a piece of ground, and that works both as an absolute barrier, but it can also work as a channel. You create minefields which oblige the enemy to go through a particular zone where you may have targeted all of your artillery, where you may be ready with other forms of defense to meet their attack.
Landmines become an efficient means to slow down the enemy's approach in World War II. The deadly legacy of this tactic claims victims in the former war zones to this day. Weapons expert Stephen Bull wants to learn more about this weapon that cost hundreds of thousands of their lives in the 20th century.
So this is a Second World War type anti-personnel mine, one of the most vicious weapons ever invented. This is a bouncing Betty, the sort of weapon everybody wants to ban now.
The bouncing Betty is a bouncing mine. Like in most landmines, its detonator is triggered by pressure. After a short delay, the mine body is launched into the air and detonates at a height of about 1 meter. This magnifies the effect of the mine.
But what made mines possible was the fuses, the ways they were initiated. And this is a surprisingly long story.
The story dates back to the 11th century in China. The Chinese find out that a mixture of nitrate, charcoal and sulfur carries explosive powers. Gunpowder is born. It is immediately used by the military. In 1368, the predecessor of the landmine makes its debut in Inner Mongolia. The Yuan dynasty is fighting against the Ming dynasty for power over the empire. The explosive devices consist of hollowed-out containers weighing 1.7 kilogram. A special type of fuse triggers off the explosion. Black powder wrapped in thin silk paper. Easy to make, but not reliable.
One of the major problems with those mines were their detonators. They weren't very reliable, didn't go off or sometimes went off at the wrong moment. The black powder used in the mines posed another problem. It absorbs humidity, and wet black powder renders the mine useless.
In the centuries that follow, concealed explosives are used many times to defend forts and castles. But the attackers are now also using such weapons. In fact, they give their mines their name. The time-consuming yet devastating siege war attack tactic requires soldiers who are also engineers. The idea: building a tunnel or a mine underneath the enemy's fortification walls, fill it up with explosives and make it blast. The Turks do this in a particularly effective manner during the siege of Vienna in 1529. Several times Vienna is close to being conquered thanks to the work of the Ottoman sappers. Their explosives cause substantial damage to the walls of the Austrian capital. The defenders are forced to come up with countermeasures. They set up listening posts to detect vibrations created by the mining of the tunnels. If they find a Turkish mine tunnel, the defenders fill it up with water or attack the enemy underground using close combat fighters. This mining technique is still used in World War I. In 1917, British pioneers blast 19 tunnel mines with up to 600 tons of explosives under the German emplacements in Flanders, Belgium. The detonations claimed the lives of roughly 10,000 German soldiers. Afterwards, the British troops could start assaults on the parts of the front line that have been hit. The development of landmines featuring an automatic ignition, however, drags on for quite some time. As early as the mid-16th century, gunsmith Samuel Zimmermann from Augsburg, Germany, develops a mechanical system for self-detonating mines. He combines the ignition mechanism of a musket with an explosive. The weapon seems to have enormous potential, but it is not reliable and cannot be produced on a large scale. In 1862, landmines play a big military role in the American Civil War. Confederate troops under Brigadier General Gabriel J. Rains bury large numbers of landmines with simple mechanical fuses in the Battle of Yorktown.
It's essentially a weapon of the defense. It's a relatively simple weapon, and because the Confederacy is on the defensive, it's much more effective for them than the Union, which is largely an offensive army.
Most of the Confederate mines do not go off. Unionists use captives to detect the insidious explosive devices. Landmines are no battle-winning weapons yet. The black powder is not weatherproof, the fuse mechanism is too unreliable. In 1867, Alfred Nobel from Sweden contributes to making landmines much more reliable. After countless setbacks, he eventually develops an explosive that is far less failure-prone than black powder, but also releases more energy. The name of his invention, dynamite.
The great innovation was that Alfred Nobel managed to stabilize the explosive, preventing it from igniting accidentally. This made it easier to store, transport, and produce dynamite on a large scale, so he basically found a way to keep up with the growing demands of the weapons industry.
The great powers start manufacturing large quantities of landmines. Due to the high demand in World War I, production figures see a sudden peak during this time. Between the two world wars, newly improved mine types are developed. In World War II, plenty of them are used, mostly in the Soviet Union and in North Africa. Historians estimate that about 300 million tank mines and a significantly larger number of smaller anti-personnel mines were deployed. Weapons expert Stephen Bull wants to conduct a test on a training area. Which tactic did the troops use?
Most landmines are set off by pressure. A cap or detonator is crushed and the mine explodes. The amount of pressure required varies according to purpose. Anti-personnel mines require very little pressure, an anti-tank mine an awful lot of pressure.
The T-42 is an anti-tank mine with a diameter of 32 centimeters and a height of 10 centimeters. Its trigger weight, 210 kilograms. The S-35 is an anti-personnel mine with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. 3 kilos are enough to set off the pressure fuse mechanism. Stephen Bull kicks off the experiment. 11 assistants have to plant landmines into the ground in accordance with a plan used in World War II.
So welcome to my trainee mine technicians. Our job today is to lay a minefield across this track. 2 mines a person, and move away to the left. Thank you.
Stephen Bull is following the technical manual 514/4 of German Armed Forces for the placement of mines.
So I'm going to give you numbers, and please remember your numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I'd like you to move into position at 2-meter intervals right on the far side of this track. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, please take your positions. So, I would like odd numbers to take 1 pace into the track and prepare to lay your mines. Even numbers, stay where you are, please. So now we're going to dig a hole about 10 centimeters deep, so just the top part of the mine is showing above the ground. Whatever you do, do not remove the pin yet. We are going to remove the pins to activate the mines at the end of our job. Okay?
Our dummy mines basically work like anti-personnel mines, only that the fuse mechanism doesn't set off an explosion, but rather a colored cloud. Soon the mines are hidden in the ground, each spaced out at a distance of 1.5 meters width and 1 meter length from each other. These patterns are intended to form a barrier that is as impenetrable as possible. Anti-tank mines are placed in 3 consecutive rows, only 1 to 2 meters apart from each other. The chances of crossing these lines unharmed are very slim. In the largest mine battle of World War II in El Alamein, Egypt, both sides used several millions of mines. Erwin Rommel, who has undergone special mine clearing training, has his men plant what is called Devil's Gardens, a maze of minefields arranged like a horseshoe. It is easy to drive into them, but almost impossible to escape from when under fire. British tank drivers dreaded this tactic. Weapons expert Stephen Bull wants to find out if it is possible to cross a minefield. So he put the assistants into two groups. One group has planted the mines. Without knowing the pattern, the other group will now have to get to the other side unharmed.
If anybody has a weak heart, they should tell me now. Everybody feels fit and well?
Yes.
The second group doesn't know yet that the track is riddled with mines.
Are we okay? Let's go! Quickly, quickly! Oh! Stop, stop, stop! You're in a minefield, stop! That certainly gave a few people surprises.
Only 2 meters into the field, 2 mines go off. In reality, the explosive power would have at the very least caused severe harm to everyone.
I just heard it, but I got so scared that I just had to run faster and faster.
The first instinct was to run fast, to stay alive.
Oh!
The perfidious thing about landmines is that they are invisible for the enemy. This aspect weighs heavily on the soldier's minds.
There is no protection because you know that each centimeter is potentially dangerous. And in this case, because I was the last man, I just blindly followed the others and hoped I would get lucky.
There is a serious message here, and that is how dangerous mines were on the battlefield and their effect of slowing armies down, of causing panic, of causing occasional casualties. It all adds up to an effective, nasty, and cunning weapon.
Planting mines is relatively easy and inexpensive. Clearing a minefield, on the other hand, is all the more difficult. In the aftermath of asymmetrical conflicts and civil wars, perilous minefields often pose problems because there are no maps indicating where they have been placed.
There are still landmines in the Falkland Islands from the 1982 war. All over southern Africa, there are landmines in post-colonial conflicts. They're in Vietnam. People are still being killed by landmines.
There are several techniques to clear minefields. Besides manual methods with detectors, animals can also help, like specially trained rats. If it is financially feasible, machines can also do this dangerous job. According to estimates of the UN, more than 100 million landmines were still buried worldwide in the mid-1990s. Celebrities also get involved in the fight against mines, like Lady Diana. In August 1997, she visits mine victims in Bosnia-Herzegovina. In December 1997, the international community reaches an historic agreement. 121 states signed the Ottawa Treaty, the Convention on the Prohibition of Anti-Personnel Mines. 32 states still have yet to sign the convention to this day. Among them are North and South Korea, India, Israel, Russia, and the US.
The problem with the ban is it's not universal. The kinds of people who would have used mines in the past are highly unlikely to stop using them now. If the circumstances are right, people will use these things because they work.
The relics of past wars still claim victims today. Every 20 to 30 minutes, someone steps onto a landmine somewhere in the world. An age-old principle lethally improved by modern technology, deployed countless times as a result of industrial manufacturing. Landmines, invisible killers. The race to the perfect attack from cover is likely to become increasingly essential in the future. New techniques are being developed that aim at concealing anything from the enemy's eyes, even tanks. Special camouflage systems for vehicles already exist. They make vehicles invisible, at least to infrared cameras. This is possible thanks to thermal reflectors that change their temperature within the blink of an eye. You need 1,000 of these panels in order to make a tank disappear. Sensors on board create a heat image that matches the surroundings. More like a chameleon than a traditional tank. Comparable stealth technology for soldiers is already being developed. The next generation of attacks from cover. 3 weapons that increase the bloodshed in battles. Deadly innovations. Their invention changed the course of global history. Detailed experiments reveal the secrets of these weapons. The Henry rifle, making it rain bullets in the American Civil War.
This weapon was a game changer. It made world history.
The longsword, the medieval superweapon.
In battle, a real-life battle, this could mean life or death.
The Scorpio, Roman high-tech tool with enormous impact.
That's gone straight through a millimetre of steel.
Our first weapon is known as the Scorpio. It is a Roman ranged weapon. What makes it so special? Lower Saxony, Germany, 230 CE. Thousands of Roman legionnaires are marching south in heavy armor and with heavy equipment. Along the western end of the Harz Highland area, they face Germanic warriors in battle. The Romans storm a hill and claim the victory. How did they do it? Archaeologists have been unearthing remains of the battle since 2008. The Hartshorn is one of the most important dig sites in Germany. The experts are surprised about one thing in particular, the large number of bolt heads. Many of them are bent. They must have hit their goal at full speed.
The archaeological
finds from the Hartshorn suggest that the Romans used catapults with bolts in a very targeted manner there. Hundreds of bolts were found, still buried deeply within the ground. Experts were able to reconstruct the trajectory, and based on the direction the shots were fired in, they think the Romans actively tried to stop a Teutonic attack with those catapults.
The Romans call their bolt catapult Scorpio, probably because their form bears a similarity to the dangerous arachnids. A legion of 5,000 men carries up to 60 of these weapons. The Scorpio must have been really efficient to make it worth the cumbersome transportation. In addition to the bolt heads found in the excavations, the detailed documentations by Roman engineer Marcus Vitruvius Pollio revealed the most about how the weapon was constructed. His work on ancient technology and engineering skills are still astonishing to this day. This copy of his 10 books on architecture dates back to the 15th century. In this work, written in the 1st century BCE, he describes the Scorpio as a weapon that has, quote, been invented for safety's sake and as a protection against danger. There are depictions of the Scorpio on the famous Trajan's column from 113 CE as well. We can easily see two large cylinders left and right from the arm's trajectory. Is this the secret behind its enormous impact? How does this weapon work? Why do Germanic warriors dread the Scorpio? Military historian Stephen Bull is fascinated by the Roman art of engineering. Today, he wants to conduct an experiment with a Scorpio built according to historical examples. One weapon, various ways of building it. They all have one thing in common. They have a firing channel for the bolt, a sinew, and throwing arms. Ideas that the Romans did not come up with themselves.
When the Romans got hold of good ideas, they invariably improved them. And with the Scorpio, they take a Greek Hellenistic throwing engine and they turn it into a useful battlefield weapon. This isn't just a siege machine. This is now part of the way the Roman army fights battle as well as siege. So they make it lighter, they make it more portable, they make it easier to move, and they make it more effective by increasing the power and increasing the quality of the projectiles. It's just an all-round upgrade.
How much impact does the Scorpio really have? And how precisely can you hit a target? Distance to target in the first experiment, 20 meters. Stephen Bull and his team prepare the Scorpio for firing. They push the adjustable sleigh forwards, pull the sinew into place, and push the sleigh back again. The last step is aiming the artillery at the target.
So I'm ready with the bolt, and I'm ready to shoot. Not bad, it's on target. So this has been a pretty effective shot. It's actually gone all the way into a board, a couple of centimetres thick, and doubtless you can see the end of the arrow, the bolt, projecting on the other side of the board.
A mobile artillery weapon, the Scorpio combines firing power and precision. Thin wooden pieces enables its relatively light construction. In order to transport it, the Romans disassemble the Scorpio into separate parts and put it back together where they want to use it.
The Scorpio depended on the principle of torsion. Its levers were embedded in skeins of tightly twisted rope. When the trigger was released, that force was released, and the arrow shot forward with tremendous power.
In ancient times, the torsion bundles are made of horse or human hair, or animal sinew braided into bundles. They store energy when twisted. The energy is transmitted directly to the projectile upon firing. Our Scorpio reconstruction has two of these tightly twisted ropes, housed in a typical bronze cylinders. One assistant has to retighten them regularly. In our reconstruction, they are made of synthetic fibers that are more weather-resistant than the animal sinew used by the Romans. In a final step, Stephen Bull inserts a pointed bolt which is 60 centimeters long.
The Roman Empire had very few essential weapons. The gladius is one of them, the pilum, things like this. The Scorpio is one of the weapons that helps them to improve their performance, and we know that they use it in some very interesting places. In Britain, it's used to capture some very large Iron Age fortresses on the tall hills. So it's a very useful artillery piece to bring up for assault operations and to use in battle.
Gaul, 52 BCE. The Roman troops under Gaius Julius Caesar have been trying to conquer the land for 5 years. Time and again, they have to defeat revolts of Gallic rulers. And now, Caesar is facing a new threat. The Gauls are intending to unite under their leader, Vercingetorix.
Vercingetorix is significant because he's the first person to persuade all of the Gauls, or almost all of them, that unless they want to become part of the universal Roman Empire and lose their identity, they're going to have to fight. And it's no good one of the tribes fighting. All the tribes have to fight. They all have to fight together, and they have to believe in something more than their small tribal groups. And he makes enormous progress in building this sense of identity, which some French people will look back on as the beginnings of a modern France.
But the legionnaires are merciless, also when it comes to using the Scorpio. Caesar wrote, "A goal before the gate of the town was pierced with a bolt from a Scorpio on the right side and fell dead. Another Gaul stepped over him to fight in his place. He got shot by an arrow from a Scorpio as well." Caesar defeats the Gauls. Their leader, Vercingetorix, is forced to surrender. The Gauls' resistance is broken. Legend has it that Vercingetorix had to lay down all his weapons in front of Caesar's feet after his capitulation. The scene has also been immortalized in drawings and in the first book from the Asterix comic book series. The many adventures of Asterix and Obelix are based on historical facts. The Roman occupation of Gaul. In the comic series, the Gauls, unwilling to surrender, defend their last stronghold, a small village at the northern shore of France. They have plenty of clever ideas and magic potion. The life of Gauls and Romans, and often also their weapons, are a recurring topic in the Asterix series. The drawings of siege weapons and fortifications impress with their level of detail and accuracy. Generally speaking, they correspond to the originals. Whether it's a Roman camp with correctly depicted tent rows or their famous battle formation, it has all been captured in the comics. Reality, however, is probably far crueler. Every legion deploys about 60 Scorpios. According to Caesar's accounts, they basically mowed down their enemies. Once aimed, the weapon is said to reliably hit the same target with every shot. Stephen Bull wants to find out if that is really possible.
That way. That's it. That's okay. Yeah. Looks good to me.
Stephen Bull has his men aim the Scorpio. Fire at will.
Ah.
Will the next shots really hit the same spot?
So we've got a couple of shots which are pretty close together here. That's reasonable. Maybe 45 centimetres, 50 centimetres away from the other side of the group. And we also had a couple of misses.
For the ancient world, this is remarkably accurate. But what about penetrating power? Can the Scorpio bolts also pierce through armour and shields?
What we have here is a 1mm steel plate. We're not really going for accuracy, we're going for penetration. Let's see how it does. That's gone straight through a millimetre of steel. The heavy bolt head has focused the force on the point. It's not come all the way through the wood, but it's nailed the metal to the wood. If you'd been wearing this metal as armour, the result wouldn't be very pleasant. So we're going to try and get the arrow out of the steel plate. I think it'll come given some effort. Oh. Oh. Yes. It appears to have gone maybe 1.5 centimetres. So it's gone through the armour and then more than 1 centimetre behind. Quite a nasty injury.
The Scorpio has passed this test, but can it perform even better?
So we've succeeded in penetrating 1 millimetre of steel. Just to make life difficult for ourselves, we've added a second plate to make it 2 millimetres of steel. This is going to be a serious test of penetration. Hit the target, bottom right.
How deep did the boat head go into the steel?
Not very deep, but certainly through both steel plates. So the first plate's come off, and we can see the second plate underneath. The penetration through the second plate is obviously not as serious as the penetration through the first plate, but it's still gone all the way through. So this is the first hole, all the way through the plate, and this is the second hole. Not so deep, but still all the way through, and I can feel the wood behind.
Based on the archaeological excavations at the Hartshorn, experts estimate that it was possible to fire deadly shots with a Scorpio over a distance of up to 500 meters. It is one of the most efficient ranged weapons of the ancient world. The Romans built the Scorpio for several centuries. It remains unclear when it disappeared from the legion's equipment. It is possible that the torsion technique, which is quite complex to operate, was replaced by the more simple mechanism of the swinging arms of the catapults. Our next weapon, the sword. It is intrinsically tied to the medieval world of knights. But the sword is more than just a weapon of war. It is a status symbol, the epitome of power, the stuff legends are made of. The Battle of Lechfeld near Augsburg, South Germany in 955. King Otto I defends the Christian East Francia against the attacking Hungarians. The extremely mobile and light Hungarian riders have spread fear and terror in the empire for decades. But this time, they stand no chance. With their swords, Otto's knights cause substantial loss for the Hungarians. Stefan Roth has been forging for more than 20 years, copying historical models, and knows that swords are far more than just brutal cutting weapons.
For me personally, medieval swords are incredibly fascinating, and long swords in particular, because I know precisely how these weapons are manufactured and how elaborate the whole forging process is.
The earliest finds from Arslan Tepe in Turkey date back more than 5,000 years. This means the history of swords is older than writing. The Romans used their short sword, the gladius. In late antiquity, they switched to a longer version, the sparta. Teutons and Vikings also love longer swords and enshrine their favorite weapon in legends. To this day, the myths around Excalibur from the Arthurian legend live on. It rests within a stone. It is said to have magical powers.
Ganz besonders beim Schwert Excalibur ist es ja so, dass derjenige, der...
The one who manages to take Excalibur out of the stone is said to be the rightful ruler of Britain.
Ja, quasi inne haben soll. Ein Schwert spiegelt natürlich...
Swords represent power, claim to power, and are an integral part of many coronation ceremonies as regalia.
But real swords are also the subject of many myths, just like the Ulfbert, a Germanic sword from the early Middle Ages, forged between the 8th and 11th century. Archaeologists have found about 170 copies of it all over Europe. They all share one distinctive feature, the inscription, Ulfbert.
What we're looking at here is a trademark. It's a brand. It's a way of selling a product by saying this is a quality product. Everybody knows this mark equals good.
Precious swords are also a status symbol for noblemen in the Middle Ages. Archaeologists, however, regularly find blades marked Ulfbert of significantly lower quality. Were these just cheap copies of the popular brand? Product counterfeiting in the Middle Ages?
Eine bewährte Marke, wahrscheinlich ein Schmied Ulfbert.
A renowned brand, probably a forger called Ulfbert, who manufactures a special weapon, gets copied. Usually the material is inferior, but just like today, there were different buyers for different quality levels. There were swords of high quality and those of rather poor quality in the Middle Ages, depending on the amount of money the buyer was willing to spend. If you want a superior weapon, you have to be willing to invest in it too.
Over the course of the Middle Ages, simple armor evolves into more stable plate armor. Knights no longer need shields, but can use both hands to swing a longer, heavier sword at the enemy. And they have to, because their opponents are also clad in massive iron suits of armor. Knights fighting with a light single-handed sword no longer stand a chance. Around the same time, but on the other side of the world, in Japan, samurai warriors fight with a katana, another two-handed sword.
It's a very, very aggressive weapon, whereas a sword and shield combination gives you options. A two-handed sword gives you no option. You attack. You attack until you kill the enemy. And the strokes you use to kill the enemy, which the Japanese still teach in kendo, mostly involve chopping off the head and right arm.
Stefan Roth has examined both longswords for years. The katana is known as the masterpiece of Far Eastern weapons technology. The blade is curved, single-edged, and 60 to 75 centimeters long. The longsword, on the other hand, has a broad double-edged blade with a very sharp point and measures 80 to 120 centimeters. The expert knows the advantages and disadvantages of both weapons. Which one is the better sword? The historical forging technique is basically the same for both. Stefan Roth folds the scorching hot iron bars several times in order to obtain steel which is as stable as possible.
This folding process is a cleaning process. We have to get rid of the slag, ashes and charcoal that remain within the material. If I want to forge a sword, I need the best material I can get. And of course, I am trying to make it as refined as possible in order to obtain steel that is relatively homogeneous.
In the beginning, the carbon molecules within the steel are not distributed equally. By folding the steel repeatedly, however, Stefan Roth can blend them together in a more homogeneous way. Unlike the belief held by some samurai fans, medieval Japanese blacksmiths neither had better steel nor superior forging techniques. Roth is convinced Europe's sword manufacturers could compete with them, and in some cases, even produce better weapons.
When it comes to stability, European longswords totally outperform their Japanese counterparts. For example, because the blade is completely hardened throughout. This is not the case for Japanese swords.
This can be achieved by heating the steel and quickly placing it in water to cool it. This way, the metal becomes much harder.
This means the Japanese sword cannot withstand impacts from the side. It bends, it doesn't bounce back. This sword has a rhombic section. Depending on how thick the blade is, it is technically almost like a crowbar that you place on the armor where you intend to penetrate. And then, well, for the man wearing the armor, this is anything but comfortable.
The direct comparison shows both swords are about 8 millimeters thick, but the longsword has a rhombic cross-section. This makes it more stable. In addition to that, it is completely hardened throughout. whereas this is only the case for the sharp edge of the blade on the Japanese katana. But how well do both swords perform in real life? Stefan Roth wants to find out, together with katana warrior Alexander Mantai, who is an expert in Asian martial arts. Can the longsword cut through a 1.5mm metal plate? And how will the extremely sharp Japanese katana perform? Despite Alexander's targeted blow, the katana can only cut through half of the steel. With his longsword, Stefan Roth manages to get through the entire steel plate. Our next test: how well do both weapons penetrate? And indeed, the katana pierces through the steel plate with its point.
Das europäische Schwert ist natürlich dafür prädestiniert zu...
The European sword is of course predestined for penetrating because it is long, pointed, and most of all straight. This means the energy can be directed at one point. You can see very nicely how deep the blade has penetrated the metal. Just imagine you'd have a knight wearing armor of maybe not the best quality. It could very well be possible that the sword goes through it.
The direct comparison reveals the longsword penetrates the steel twice as deep. But both swords would have probably failed if the steel had been any thicker. Nevertheless, the massive blows of the longsword have a particularly brutal effect, also on the armor-clad knight.
Das Langschwert hat eine gewisse Länge, wie schon...
Like the name suggests, the long sword must be a certain length and comes with a certain weight too. If you strike a blow, it's very important to calculate the energy resulting from this movement. And energy can be calculated mainly based on two factors. One, the weight, and two, the speed. A long sword is of course suitable if it's used very quickly to transfer a very large amount of energy. And even if the opponent is wearing armor, the energy still hits their body. Depending on where it hits them, they can suffer injuries like subcutaneous bleeding, broken bones, or internal bleeding that can later reach the brain, for example.
To this day, the prevailing image is that the Japanese samurai battle techniques are superior to those of medieval knights. But is it really true? Stefan Roth and katana warrior Alexander Mantai want to compare the options that both weapons offer. The single-edged katana comes first. Alexander cuts through the rolled mat 4 times without any effort. The double-edged European longsword allows for other swordplay techniques.
The difference between the single-edged and the double-edged swords is that he has to turn his hand. We have a natural hand position and maybe only save a millisecond. But in battle, a real-life battle, this could mean life or death.
In reality, the two swords never actually met blade to blade on the battlefield. The medieval European longsword, a supreme discipline. Books on battle techniques provide proof of the degree of sophistication of the European sword combat techniques, like the Italian fior di battaglia, the flower of battle from the early 15th century. Such books mostly present the techniques used in duels or exhibition fights and seem quite brutal to a modern audience.
I think the depictions of the violence that were used with the long swords in the Middle Ages was completely very barbaric. If we compare to modern times, however, I don't think that they were necessarily any more barbaric than things that we've seen in recent years. we've seen levels of torture over the past 100 years that are just as barbaric as the things we see in the Middle Ages. So I think it was just a different time with different weapons that could do horrific amounts of harm.
The Codex Wallenstein is another martial arts manual dating back to the 15th century. It does indeed depict the versatility of long swords, but it also shows how merciless the fighting techniques were. We see, for example, the half-sword thrust. You hold the sword like a billiard cue and thrust into the gaps of the opponent's armor. The names of other techniques speak for themselves. Translated, they mean mouth blow, murder strike, or testicle strike. In the late Middle Ages, the longsword is less frequently used in battle, but still plays an important role in duels between knights. It often serves to establish the truth, as they say. The outcome of the duel is seen as a judgment of God. The katana also holds a particular symbolic value for the samurai, the Japanese warrior elite. Over the course of time, the lethal military weapon becomes a prestige object laden with ritual meaning.
The sword is something of enormous mythic significance across all cultures, but in some particularly. For Japan, the sword is the ultimate expression of identity, both as a personal possession and as a way of representing who the Japanese think they are.
Swords and their successors remain dreaded close combat weapons well into the modern era. They were eventually phased out for soldiers and replaced with firearms, pikes, and lastly, bayonets. But this doesn't mean swords fall into oblivion. The medieval wonder weapon lives on to this day, for representative purposes and in the various disciplines of fencing. The triumphal march of firearms does not only end the age of swords. Constant improvements also make rifles the dominating weapon of an entire era. One particularly crucial and destructive design is the Henry rifle. (1861), the beginning of the American Civil War. The Unionists from the North fight the Confederates from the southern states. The standard weapon of the North is the Springfield rifle, a muzzle loader with high accuracy. But the reloading process is cumbersome, and it takes a lot of time. A quite simple invention will change that. Almost overnight, the Henry rifle increases the rate of fire remarkably. Similar developments take place in Europe at the same time. A shooting range near Gotha, Thuringia, Germany. Wolfgang Staber builds and collects historical firearms. There is hardly a 19th century weapon that fascinates him quite like the Henry.
I feel like a pioneer in the Wild West. This weapon was a game changer not only for the American continent, it's made world history.
The American gunsmith Benjamin Tyler Henry gives the weapon its name. The magazine holds 15 cartridges. One additional round can be loaded in the barrel. The rifle weighs about 4 kilograms. The barrel is 51 centimeters long. The most important detail: it can be reloaded with a lever located below the barrel.
When you pull the lever, the empty cartridge is ejected and the next round is brought into position. So you only need one movement to operate the weapon with greater ease and reliability.
Ganz einfach, ich befördere den Hebel nach unten.
I push the lever down and a new cartridge is loaded from the magazine into the chamber using a spring. And now it's in the chamber. As easy as that. Now I can fire, reload, and fire again.
the mechanism of the Henry repeating rifle. Via a small bar, the lever action transports a new cartridge into the barrel. At the same time, it ejects the empty shell. The hammer then fires the cartridge.
This weapon was a masterstroke. This is a tubular magazine. We have a spring that transports the projectile properly, and you turn the barrel at the front. So this whole thing is the tubular magazine, and it can take a lot of bullets.
The Henry is not the first lever-action repeating rifle, but the ammunition used by its predecessors is often unpredictable.
Sometimes when firing the weapon, they hit the percussion cap of the cartridge in front, causing it to ignite. That means that the whole magazine goes off at once and blasts the weapon completely. This leads to bad accidents, sometimes even fatal.
The Henry will become famous due to the stable rimfire cartridges it uses. Those are much safer because they work without a percussion cap. In combination with the repeater mechanism, which allows the cartridges to be reloaded very quickly, the invention becomes a deadly technology. The magazine on the Henry rifle has a gap on the lower side, a guidance bar for the push bolt. This is a weakness because mud can enter the magazine, a disadvantage in battle, and there's more.
They soon realize that the tubular magazine is a weak spot. If the weapon falls, the magazine can be dented. It's made of relatively thin metal, and then I can't reload the weapon anymore and can no longer shoot, obviously.
Nevertheless, compared to the muzzle-loader muskets of its era, the Henry rifle is a major leap forward. Benjamin Tyler Henry is smart. He knows if his rifle is successful with the military, he will become rich. He files a patent application for the rifle on the 16th of October 1860, about 5 months before the outbreak of the Civil War. A wise decision. Because the history of war has shown, if new weapons technology proves to be successful, everyone will try to copy it, including the enemy. This has been the practice of bellicose conflicts for millennia. But now, a new variable comes into play: the patent law. The earliest evidence of patent law traces back to ancient Greece, and it becomes a recurring topic in Europe from the 15th century onwards. The legal definition of patent law develops in the early 19th century and has close ties to weapons production.
Just before the age of industrialized mass production reaches hand weapons, rifles, pistols, intellectual property law changes so that it's possible to protect the design, the intellectual property in the construction of a weapon. Not the weapon itself, but the design and the principles on which it's based.
Weapons designers now become millionaires, just like Samuel Colt, who applies for a patent with his revolver mechanism in the mid-19th century. Other manufacturers are not allowed to copy his design. This sparks the most bizarre ideas. One competitor designs a revolver with a horizontally placed magazine. It turns like a record. The ammunition is placed in 6 holes on the sides. The turret pistol does not infringe Samuel Colt's patent rights, but it is a threat to the shooter's life. The cartridges sometimes go off uncontrollably into all directions. It is also thanks to patent law that the armament business is flourishing today around the globe. Every year, defense spending worldwide amounts to about $1.7 trillion US. Back to the shooting range near Gotha. Wolfgang Staber wants to find out how fast he can fire 10 shots with Benjamin Tyler Henry's patented rifle.
So I insert 9 cartridges, repeat them once, making the whole thing safe, releasing again, and then I open the weapon and place the 10th cartridge into it. And now 10 shots of rapid fire.
We will stop the timer after the last shot has been fired.
We needed 8.8 seconds, less than 1 second per shot. That's fantastic.
More than 1 shot per second. In the 19th century, this was a quantum leap. For the Unionists of the American Civil War, the Henry rifle should be an enormous advantage. But the high rate of fire is exactly what puts the generals off. They think cartridges would be shot too fast, the ammunition consumption would be too high, and that railway and horses could not provide sufficient supply. A superior weapon that is rarely deployed for logistic reasons.
The weapon had enormous firepower. That means troops needed a lot of ammunition, which was expensive, as was the weapon itself. So the American generals were really hesitant. They only bought 1,700 of the Henry because they were worried they couldn't get hold of enough ammunition.
Soldiers who can afford it get a Henry on their own, hoping that it would increase their chances of survival. By the end of the war, about 7,000 of these rifles are in use. A comparison: more than 1 million Springfield muzzleloaders are built during the same period. Meanwhile, in Europe, another technology conquers the battlegrounds. With its extreme rate of fire, the breech-loading needle gun by German inventor von Dreiser leads European war tactics into cover. The Henry rifle never makes it to Europe, and still many Germans know it as the Henry carbine used by Old Shatterhand, a character from German author Karl May's Winnetou series. In the novels, the weapon is, however, said to be able to fire 25 shots, an exaggeration. Which advantage does the real Henry bring in battle? Weapons expert Wolfgang Staber tests how efficient the repeating rifle is compared to muzzleloaders. 4 experienced shooters are facing each other in teams of 2. Left in turquoise, the northern states with the Henry rifle. Right in red, the southern states with the Springfield muskets, the most frequently used weapon in the US Civil War. How many targets will the teams be able to hit in 2 minutes?
So, everything's safe, we can begin. This is the timer. We'll start it in a moment. Give it your best shot, I'll do the same. We want to win. Live experiment, north versus south.
Both groups have to load their weapons first. The northerners with the Henry load 10 shots for the experiment. The southerners with the muzzleloader can load just 1 at a time. Turquoise is in the lead. The repeater rifle makes them faster, and their shots actually hit a couple of the targets. The southerners in red have to reload after every shot, but their muskets are more accurate. Who will win?
There's so much smoke, you can hardly see anything, but I'm glad we hit something. This is a pretty cool experience. It's great.
The first one went right through and hit one of the targets. I'm not sure about the second because, like Romy just said, there is just too much smoke and you can't see well.
A soldier fires a lot, but does he actually hit something?
The evaluation shows 3 out of 5 shots fired by the muzzleloader group were a hit, whereas the Henry rifle shooters have fired 25 shots and have 10 hits.
We fired a lot, but if you extrapolate that, we actually performed worse because we let ourselves get carried away and fired quickly instead of aiming well. The others took their time. They knew they were slower, but in the end, if you look at the outcome, they fired better.
The result, regarding the total number of hits, the Henry prevails over the muzzleloader. An additional advantage is that soldiers feel superior in battle when they can fire faster and more often.
The side that has the superior weapons will have a sense of power, that we are the stronger enemy and we can overtake you, and therefore you're inferior to us, so they will feel confident and powerful, which will make them stronger and give them more enthusiasm to be able to go on and take their enemy.
For 4 years, the Civil War tears the country apart. Roughly 620,000 people lose their lives. On the 23rd of June, 1865, the last of the Southern troops surrender. This marks a watershed in American history. After this war, repeater rifles gain in popularity. An advanced version of the Henry is just around the corner. The Winchester is supposed to make up for the downsides of its predecessor.
Ja, das Nachfolgemodell.
So, the successor. Like all new designs, the first models have their flaws. There are still construction issues. But they soon found out that something wasn't running smoothly and quickly modified it. So this is the technical success of the Yankee rifle, manufactured by Winchester in 1866. And the differences were quite simple. You see a front stock here, which protects me from the heat of the barrel, and of course you see the tubular magazine. They soon found out that the magazine was easily damaged and then you couldn't fire it anymore. It wasn't good for anything anymore. So they changed it. And there's another novelty, and that is that you can load it from here on the side. That means if I take the weapon now, I'm able to reload it from cover here. I don't have to take that off like this if I want to reload. Way too complicated. That means this design that they came up with in 1866 was truly an ingenious weapon.
Eventually, the 1873 model will become the most successful rifle of its time and will later feature in many westerns. This is due to the fact that weapons designer Oliver Winchester actively helped in building the myth.
Winchester is a canny operator, rather like Samuel Colt. He's not the engineer, he's the market man. He invents the idea that this is the gun that won the West. He creates a mythology about the Winchester as something special, something defiantly American, something unique in particular.
The Henry opens new ways for the rate of fire of rifles. Only 14,000 copies are made because the market soon is flooded with successor models. Today, original Henry rifles are sought-after collectibles. Which deadly inventions will mark the wars of the future? After firepower has been optimized, it seems like robots are about to take the lead. Autonomous battle machines that make it possible to fight wars without losing soldiers. Will they decide on life and death on their own?
Of course, in the future, the gun may be in the hands of an autonomous robotic device which will make reasoned choices about who to kill, and even then it will still be the human that's driving the process, because the program will have been written by a human. We're not yet in a world where machines kill people.
Not yet, but many armies are already experimenting with autonomous machines for transporting heavy loads or to carry out other tasks.
This move towards autonomous weapons, towards weapons that we can fire without having to actually get physically involved in battle, is inevitable. We have the technology, so we will do this. Science fiction isn't science or fiction, it's probably where we're going.
First tests have shown machines are already able to keep up with human beings in many situations, and sometimes even outdo them. But until now, it is still a human who dictates every action a robot takes. The advancements in artificial intelligence, however, will have an impact on warfare. Life and death decisions made by a microchip. From a technical point of view, autonomous drone swarms will soon be able to find and attack targets without human guidance. The future has already begun. Almost every war claims the lives of innocent people. Women, children, civilians. Some weapons are developed exactly for this purpose. We're taking a look at the historical background. Why does mankind build the atomic bomb? The most terrible of all weapons.
It can actually destroy everybody. It can destroy civilization.
How were biological and chemical weapons invented?
Winning is the only thing that matters. Once you've won, nobody minds how you've won.
What sealed the fate of thousands of people living in cities and castles?
Wow, let's go and see.
Our first weapon, the trebuchet, a wonder weapon for sieges in the Middle Ages. For centuries, high castle walls pose a near insurmountable feat. One of the first technical solutions to this, siege towers.
It basically takes the attackers up to the same level as the castle wall on a rolling platform that can be pushed up against the castle wall, and the attackers can then go across a drawbridge onto the top of the castle.
But siege tower maneuvers result in a tremendous loss for the attackers, even if they outnumber the defenders.
It's not a place where men will willingly go. A large wooden tower with people firing fire arrows at you, it doesn't look good. So they're not hugely successful.
Attacks from a distance are far less perilous. With catapults, they are time-consuming but save soldiers' lives. In the 12th century, a new catapult technology from Asia conquers the battlefields. It is called trebuchet. A reconstruction in Beckdorf, Lower Saxony, Germany. Weapons expert Mike Loades is impressed.
It's the most imposing and the most iconic of all medieval siege engines. And in an age before gunpowder, this was the heavy artillery.
What makes the trebuchet so revolutionary is its efficiency.
And on the end of that beam is, in fact, a sling, and the stone sits in the sling. The principle of a sling is that it makes the levers of your arm longer and so throws further. If you were to put that sling on the end of a long stick, you would have an even longer system of levers, which is what we have here. The trouble is the beam is so big and so heavy that you need a machine to operate it. So you can think of the stone as the ammunition, the sling is the weapon, and the big wooden trebuchet is simply the engine that powers that weapon.
Building a trebuchet with medieval tools is a real challenge.
It's simply not possible to move it. A fully erected trebuchet, you can't move it.
The solution: attackers put the individual parts on ox carts to transport them to the besieged city, and then assemble the trebuchet on site.
So your military engineers would come and make the machine and use it in the place where they made it. So part of the siege would be watching the enemy build the trebuchets that would knock his walls down, and you would hope that he would say, okay, I surrender now. You know what's coming, and it's very big, and it's going to knock the wall down. So there's a psychological element as well as a physical element.
The hard work pays off. Depictions from the 12th and 13th century show how the trebuchet is used in all corners of the known world. For example, in northern Germany, Lake Danzig was located near Beckdorf, but today it has completely dried up. Back in 1311, robber baron Heinrich von Borch uses it as a hideout. The North German bishops want to take him down. Iron Heinrich, as he is also called, is able to flee from them.
A coalition of the bishops of Bremen and Verden and the Duke of Lüneburg is after a robber knight nicknamed Iron Heinrich, who was hiding in Danzig Castle in northwestern Germany.
Back then, bishops were clerical and political representatives, and it therefore was their duty to make sure everyone abided by the rules. Here they want to force the robber baron out of his hideout, but it's surrounded by water and protected by a wooden palisade. So they have 2 trebuchets set up along the lake shore. The intent is to destroy the fortification from a distance. Mechanics with destructive power. You just have to release the heavy weight box, and it races downwards to release the long throwing arm with the sling. But how can you actually hit a target in this manner?
If the tension doesn't decrease and the weight of the projectile remains the same, you can reproduce the shot. It will always cover the same distance, more or less.
In order to get that accuracy, you need to make stones of the same size, shape, and weight. And these are actual trebuchet stones that have been chiseled by craftsmen, by a mason, with a hammer and chisel to make them almost identical.
Almost 1,000 of these stones are used in 1311 to fight robber Baron Heinrich. We want to find out how accurate and effective the trebuchet really is. We set up a palisade of tree trunks at 150 meters distance, just like Heinrich had around his castle. 4 meters high, 6 meters wide. The trunks have been placed 1 meter deep in the ground. Does the trebuchet projectile stand a chance in damaging the palisade?
This has some movement. It has some elasticity. I think that might prove quite a challenge for our stones.
It takes a whole team to operate the heaviest medieval siege weapon. Firing the trebuchet requires at least 1 trained specialist and as many hard-working assistants as possible. They have to fill the counterweight box with stones. They have to grease the firing line used to fire the projectile and bring the throwing arm into position. An historical stone taken from the siege of Lake Danzig in the year 1311 will serve as our ammunition. Fire at will.
Wow, that was so close, and it flew true. Let's go and see.
Our stone gets buried deep in the ground.
Good grief. I don't know where that stone is. It's gone down there like some monster rabbit. I mean, I can't even feel it.
But the trunks are still standing.
Der Einsatz eines Trebuchets kann sich manchmal...
Sometimes they used trebuchets for several hours or days until they had achieved the desired result.
Time, a decisive factor in every siege. Without catapults, sieges can take months or even years. Roman legions typically rely on hunger as the most potent weapon in sieges. At some point, the famine will push every opponent to the brink of despair and force them to surrender. One legendary exception to this rule is the province Judea in 73 CE. Rebellious Jews barricade themselves within the Masada fortification. The Roman Legion 10 besieges the rebels for months in vain. It is only when the legionnaires and slaves build a massive ramp out of stones and sand up to the walls of Masada that the tides turn.
And as they moved up, the Jewish defenders kept firing at them, but eventually the Romans got to the top.
When the Roman troops eventually enter the fortress, they find the lifeless bodies of 960 insurgents. Only 2 women and 5 children are found alive.
They'd killed themselves. They weren't going to surrender, and they knew that the Romans would kill them, so they saved them the trouble.
To this day, Masada is the epitome of the Jews' quest for freedom. The ramp built by the Romans can still be seen today. Meanwhile, in Beckdorf, we are entering the second round of our experiment. Further to the left. The trebuchet can't be moved, but the line of fire can be adjusted with a trajectory guide. Mike Loades takes a closer look at this crucial detail of the weapon, together with his experienced trebuchet assistant, Patrick.
And then you can move the whole line, left and right.
Going to there, I only need to move that a little bit, and over distance.
Very small.
Very small can make several meters difference.
Of course.
Yeah.
You have to think about 1 centimeter here is about 2 meters behind there. I hope we can do it.
You are the right hands.
We will try it again.
Thank you.
Positioning the throwing arm, charging the catapult with a new stone, and fire. The projectile travels too far. We remove a couple of stones from the counterweight box. This reduces the firing velocity and also the reach.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Will it work this time? A clear hit. The stone goes straight into the wooden palisade.
We have a hit, and let's see what it's done. Just look at this. It's just gone down like matchsticks, as if these great timbers were nothing. They're just shattered. Here's the real damage. Here, on this one. Here, this is where the stone must have struck, and it's just splintered this timber. The walls are now breached, and the opposing army will be on its way.
Our trebuchet has hit the wood, 20 centimeters thick, and destroyed it. Just like it did 700 years ago. Back then, the troops of the North German bishops managed to penetrate the protective palisade of Iron Heinrich with 2 trebuchets. The robber baron is thrown into the dungeon. But destruction is not always the objective of sieges.
You actually want the castle because it's a useful strategic tool. So if you can persuade them to surrender by frightening them, that's much better.
In 1346, Tartarian troops make use of a particularly perfidious tactic. They are besieging the city of Kaffa in Crimea and want to bring the plague behind the enemy walls. But how are they able to do this without infecting themselves?
They understood it was a contagious disease, so they protected their hands, for example. That means they could transport the dead bodies of plague victims to a trebuchet basically without any problem, without putting themselves in danger.
Using trebuchets, the besiegers throw infected corpses over the walls of Kaffa. The message is clear.
surrender now or we'll kill you all. This is classic siege warfare. So it's psychological, it's biological, and ultimately it's remarkably barbaric.
This is how the trebuchet becomes a part of a particularly insidious way of warfare. Biological and chemical weapons have existed since antiquity, and the attempts to outlaw such attacks probably go back just as far. Greece, 6th century BCE. The Oracle of Delphi is the Greeks' most important sacred site, attracting pilgrims and guidance seekers alike. The coastal town of Kira benefits from conducting business with the pilgrims. However, an alliance of the powerful city of Athens wants to seize the earnings from Delphi. They besiege Kira. According to historical reports, the attackers are using a weapon that can be obtained straight from the ground. They throw hellebore roots into the Pleistos River that runs through Kira, an attack with serious repercussions.
The consequences of a hellebore poisoning, vomiting, nausea, vertigo, and of course diarrhea. And everyone knows that vomiting and diarrhea cause dehydration after a certain amount of time, and the body will become very weak due to this.
In next to no time, half of the residents of Kira are bedridden. It's impossible for them to defend their city any longer. The attackers kill all of them and raze the entire city to the ground.
Any means of getting an advantage and anything that will disable the enemy, demoralize them, weaken them, these are all good things because winning is the only thing that matters. Once you've won, nobody minds how you've won.
Another historical example of biological warfare. In 1267, the Mongols besieged the Chinese city of Xianyang. The Chinese fight tooth and nail. They also use a weapon originally developed for attacks. They call it Fen Fao Quan Fa, which means feces throwing bomb. It proves particularly effective in sieges. The most important ingredient, dried human excrement that is set on fire and thrown at the enemy. Everybody knows that horrid odors can cause strong reactions. But is it really possible to put the enemy to rout with stench alone? Medieval Chinese documents describe how such stink bombs were manufactured. Weapons expert Mike Loades wants to try out the recipe.
The first evidence we've got for the stink pot comes from China in 1044. It's a recorded use. And we have a number of recipes, all sorts of acids and plants. Here's one that was commonly used, aconite. And it's the roots that are deadly poisonous. If you ingest those roots, then it causes stomach hemorrhaging. Your stomach bleeds, your intestines bleed. It causes terrible, terrible suffering. And another common ingredient was the Heliocopris beetle. These nasty little fellows, it feeds on waste and it absorbs poison. And so when cut apart, there are all sorts of poisonous properties with that. Tung oil, deadly poisonous from the tung tree in Southeast Asia and China. Lime, basic chalk, but when that's heated to very high temperatures, that itself becomes a deadly substance. If it mixes with the moist parts of the body, like the tears of the eyes or mucus in the nose, or you get it mixed with the saliva in the throat, that becomes a deadly burning acid. So this is all very noxious substances, and they are all mixed together, pulverized with human feces. I'm happy to say the producers have given me horse dung to demonstrate with, and this is the fuel. When dried, this becomes a unpleasant smelling fuel that will burn. And it was the burning excrement that created the smoke that carried the toxic substances from the plants and the beetles. And that is what got into the enemy's eyes, it got into their lungs, it got into their stomachs, and it made them run out of the buildings, run out of the ships. The purpose of the stink pot was to get people out of a place without destroying the place. Horrible, disgusting, cowardly, shameful chemical warfare.
The recipes vary. Biological and chemical warfare begin with many malodorous experiments.
So they've got a clear advantage over their enemy, who is a less sophisticated society with less knowledge of these techniques. So it gives them an edge, and that's what they're looking for. That's why they use it.
For centuries, warlords continued to commission new experiments with gaseous warfare agents. Producing them efficiently at a large scale is, however, not possible yet. The most far-reaching biological attack in history was actually an accident. In 1492, Christopher Columbus doesn't disembark in India as intended, but rather reaches a whole new continent. For the indigenous population, this marks the beginning of a catastrophe. An ever-growing number of Europeans set out for America. They bring in bacteria and viruses that prove perilous for large populations of indigenous Americans whose immune systems cannot cope. Within only a couple of decades, as many as 15 million people die from diseases such as the measles or flu. But in some cases, European conquerors intentionally used viruses as a weapon. For example, in Pennsylvania in 1763. Indian tribes are besieging Fort Pitt. Some of the British colonizers inside the fort suffer from smallpox. Their commander-in-chief, Geoffrey Amherst, knows of the disastrous effects of smallpox among the Indian tribes.
They intentionally gave blankets used by people with smallpox to First Nation tribes who didn't have any antibodies against this disease, with disastrous impact on their ability to defend themselves.
Targeted biological warfare. The Indians are forced to end the siege of Fort Pitt. Summer 1914. World War I brings about entirely new forms of warfare on all levels. German chemist Fritz Haber intends to seal the fate of battles with gas. On the 22nd of April 1915, a pale yellow cloud drifts over the battlefield towards the French front lines in Flanders, Belgium. Under the observing eyes of Haber himself, German troops release 150 tons of chlorine gas.
Chlorine gas was actually just a byproduct of the synthetic dye-making process, and then they found out it can serve other purposes too. It's a very dangerous weapon that can cause death by suffocation.
More than 1,000 French soldiers die. Several thousands are injured.
The Germans were the first, but the British and French were quite happy to retaliate.
Industrial production renders large-scale gas war possible. Thousands of tons of gas are produced, but also millions of gas masks. They're supposed to protect the soldiers from chlorine gas. But in 1917, the Germans deploy a new agent, Uperite, also known as mustard gas.
Mustard gas was extremely effective because it reacts upon contact with the human skin. It causes blisters and burns. What was really vicious about this weapon was that gas masks were useless against it. It was about contact with skin.
The fear of deadly gas clouds marks the experiences of an entire generation. Poison gas kills about 100,000 people in World War I and leaves more than 1 million injured. US nurse Shirley Millard writes about everyday life in the gas war in her diary. They just struggle for breath. Nothing can be done. Their lungs are gone, literally burned out. Some with their eyes and faces entirely eaten away by the gas. After the end of World War I, a new peace order is meant to prevent the bloodshed of millions from ever happening again. In 1920, 32 states form an organization called the League of Nations. In 1925, they agree on prohibiting the use of chemical and biological weapons. But the League of Nations proves to be too weak. By the mid-30s, it becomes increasingly clear that the world is on the brink of yet another major war with countless victims. 25th of June 1945, in Europe, World War II is over. 50 countries found the United Nations in San Francisco. The new organization has the same purpose as its predecessor, securing peace. But this time it is supposed to work, and the UN have proven to withstand the test of time. By 2017, there are 193 member states. They have signed the Charter of the United Nations with all its rights and obligations. UN soldiers are deployed to make sure the rules are observed. Their mission, however, typically does not involve combat. Their job is to observe and to secure peace. Step by step, joint treaties promote the prohibition of chemical and biological weapons. But not all states honor the agreements, just like Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s, producing chemical weapons like sarin or tabun despite the ban. It remains one of the big riddles of World War II. Both sides are fighting bitterly, but all chemical agents remain unused.
In the Second World War, nobody uses poison gas. Not because they don't have it, but because there's no particular utility in using something everybody has, and it won't advantage anybody strategically.
In the last months of the war, Hitler wants to take all the Germans down with him. He sends everyone to the front lines, old men and boys alike. He intends to destroy Germany's infrastructure. Influential military officers ultimately suggest attacking the enemies with gas. Hitler doesn't heed their advice, perhaps because he also fell victim to a gas attack in World War I and temporarily lost his sight. The Germans are spared a potential retaliation attack from the Allies that would probably have involved not only poisonous gas, but also biological agents. Anthrax, a rod-shaped bacterium. Inhaling the spores can prove lethal.
The problem is that when the symptoms manifest themselves, the disease has usually progressed so much that it may already be too late to treat it directly, even immediately after detection.
Scotland, 1942. On the uninhabited island of Grenada, the British are testing the effects of the anthrax bacterium on sheep. The plan: airplanes drop anthrax-infested animal food made out of flax seeds all over Germany. The spores would spread rapidly. Moribund animals would cause a famine. All of the 80 sheep on Grenada die. A large-scale anthrax attack on Germany would have been possible.
What I imagine is the case is that had Germany started using these weapons against Britain, the British wanted to be in a position to retaliate immediately, but it's highly unlikely they would have initiated an exchange of these weapons.
Germany is defeated with conventional weapons. The development of chemical and biological weapons, however, persists after 1945. So too does the fear of an attack. In the late 50s, scientists commissioned by the US Office of Civil and Defense Mobilization develop a bioweapon mask. It is designed to filter the air before inhalation during an emergency. Its user-friendly design is demonstrated to people everywhere, but the masks are never used. The danger, however, remains real, also decades later. New York, 2001. 1 week after the 9/11 terror attacks. Newspaper agencies, broadcasting companies, and senators receive letters with a sinister message. You cannot stop us. We have this anthrax. You die now. Are you afraid? Death to America. Death to Israel. Allah is great. The letters contain anthrax spores. 22 people are infected. 5 of them die. Is this the next attack by Al-Qaeda terrorists? US President George W. Bush shows his determination.
The American people need to go about their lives. We cannot let the terrorists lock our country down.
But everything is different than it seems. The FBI believes the spores came from a laboratory in Maryland. The scientist Bruce Edwards Ivins becomes their main suspect. But before they can question him, he commits suicide. If or why he sent the anthrax letters remains a mystery. During the Cold War, both sides developed even deadlier warfare agents despite all international conventions. The nerve agent VX is one such example. Invented as an insecticide, it is 20 times more poisonous than the toxic substance sarin produced during World War II. In the 60s, US soldiers used training films to practice for emergencies. Upon contact with nerve agents, only injecting an antidote can help. But it has to be the right one. March 1988, the Iraqi Air Force under Saddam Hussein drops poisonous gas bombs over the city of Halabja. The dictator suspects that the Kurds are defecting and must therefore be punished. 3,000 to 5,000 people lose their lives. Men, women, and children. Since 2013, poison gas has also been used in the Syrian civil war. Western states accuse dictator Bashar al-Assad of attacking rebel strongholds with poisonous gas. Assad and his allies dismiss the allegations as propaganda by the opponents. But independent experts, the WHO or Doctors Without Borders, confirm the suspicions. Biological and chemical weapons, for the great powers of the 20th century, they are not the most important means of mass destruction. The search for the most effective of all weapons brings about unthinkable dimensions of destruction, the atomic bomb. 16th of July 1945, a desert in New Mexico. The Americans want to test a prototype of a new bomb. Code name of the experiment, Trinity. The first nuclear bomb in history. It's the dawn of a new era. Los Alamos, New Mexico. Top researchers have worked relentlessly on the bomb so the US would have it before Germany. The basic principle? Physics.
Uran-235 zum Beispiel hat einen sehr großen...
Uranium-235, for example, has quite a large nucleus containing 235 of these small atoms. Another part of the nucleus are neutrons. If you shoot a neutron at this nucleus, it causes a fission. The nucleus splits into two smaller nuclei. This releases energy, not a whole lot, but enough to be measured, setting free 3 neutrons. If these 3 neutrons hit another uranium nucleus, they will produce the same effect again. This can set off a chain reaction. And if a critical mass is achieved, that means when there are enough uranium nuclei packed together, this chain reaction self-perpetuates. That alone is already perilous. But if I were to increase the mass, I can achieve what is called a supercritical mass. And then the chain reaction not only sustains itself, it increases exponentially, releasing an incredible amount of energy.
The first nuclear bomb uses plutonium to achieve this. It is surrounded by a normal explosive. Once the explosive is ignited, the plutonium is compressed. This produces a fission reaction. The bomb has explosive capabilities equivalent to 20,000 tons of conventional explosives. The US military has identified various targets for a nuclear attack in Germany. But in May 1945, the war in Europe comes to an end. The Germans are spared the atomic bomb. In the Pacific, however, the fighting continues. The Japanese army has basically been defeated, but is unwilling to surrender.
In Japan des Zweiten Weltkrieges herrscht...
In World War II, the Japanese are convinced that surrendering is dishonorable. They think they owe it to their emperor to fight until the bitter end and to sacrifice their lives if necessary. Of course, this makes it really, really hard to bring a state like Japan to its knees.
US President Truman commissions the dropping of nuclear bombs on Japan. Unlike in the Trinity test, the bomb Little Boy carries a uranium bullet. In order to reach the supercritical mass of uranium, the bullet contains an additional uranium cylinder. Little Boy weighs just 64 kilograms, but has the explosive power of 15,000 tons of TNT. 6th of August 1945. An American B-29 bomber leaves the Pacific island of Tinian at 8:15 a.m. Little Boy annihilates Hiroshima. Three days later, the plutonium bomb Fat Man explodes over Nagasaki. The heat and blast waves of the bombs are devastating. Then there's the radiation. More than 160,000 people die instantly. The Japanese Minister of Foreign Affairs signs the surrender documents on the 2nd of September 1945. With the atomic bomb, the US emerges as the victor of World War II on 2 fronts.
The Americans had to have a knockout. They had to finish the war with something really big and quite spectacular. The Japanese know they've lost, but the Americans don't realize they've won until those bombs go off, and then they know they've won the war.
All that is left from Hiroshima and Nagasaki are contaminated ruins. In the months and years following the attacks, tens of thousands die from long-term consequences of the attack, with acute radiation syndrome being the most common cause of death.
Die radioaktive Strahlung hat eine...
Nuclear radiation affects cell proliferation. You start bleeding from the nose, from the oral mucosa. It affects the bowel tissue, the entire gastrointestinal tract. The radiation is most harmful to the blood itself. The number of red blood cells drops, and so does the number of platelets. In the end, the entire bone marrow basically dissolves or can no longer regenerate. And without the bone marrow, our immune system fails completely.
Doctors are helpless.
You can try and stabilize the blood count, you can transplant bone marrow, but the overall symptoms and progression depend on how high the original radiation exposure was and how long you were exposed to it.
For decades, more people developed cancer in Hiroshima and Nagasaki than in the rest of the country. Nuclear weapons have only been used once, but the horrors they caused leave their mark on an entire era. The US military conducts another nuclear test with the bomb Baker on the 25th of July, 1946. Back then, only few people know that the nuclear arms race is already in full swing. The Soviet Union is the first to follow suit. On the 29th of August 1949, the first communist atomic bomb is successfully tested. A third nuclear world war seems to be a real danger. In the East and West, even children prepare for the worst-case scenario.
He did what we all must learn to do. You and you and you and you. Duck and cover.
I remember being a child and having been shown videos at school of what to do in the case of an atomic bomb. And so therefore we had this fear. We didn't really understand it, but we were terrified of it.
Protests form. Like here in New York in 1960. Nuclear opponents from all corners of the Western world demand the prohibition of all nuclear weapons.
People don't think, oh, it's them over there fighting the war. It can actually destroy everybody. It can destroy civilization. It's almost become this ultimate fear factor.
The demonstrations remain fruitless.
People became alarmed and they started to think about disarmament, they started to think about peace, they started to think about ways they could avoid the risk of war. The problem was that the people who were thinking about this the most clearly were, of course, the military and the politicians, and they'd worked out that the best way to stop war was to be so powerful that nobody would dare to start one.
The superpowers continue to arm themselves. They develop hydrogen bombs, also known as H-bombs, that are 1,000 times more powerful than the nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Mankind is now able to eradicate itself completely. The principle of the new superbomb. Two hydrogen isotopes combine and form one single new atom. This process, releasing vast amounts of energy, is called a fusion. The fusion is only possible at extreme temperatures, generated by the detonation of a normal nuclear bomb. This fission causes the fusion of the hydrogen cylinder, a weapon whose force parallels that of the sun. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union and the USA have an arsenal of more than 70,000 nuclear weapons. US President Ronald Reagan justifies the enormous costs.
That budget is much more than a long list of numbers. For behind all the numbers lies America's ability to prevent the greatest of human tragedies and preserve our free way of life in a sometimes dangerous world.
The enemies could annihilate each other several times over with the nuclear weapons they possess. But eventually, the superpowers come round.
Two rational actors realize that they have nothing to gain by exchanging nuclear weapons.
At the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory in California, the nuclear tests of the past can be seen to this very day. Every test conducted by the US was filmed. and the reels were stored as top-secret records. Nuclear physicist Greg Spriggs and film technician Jim Moy want to change this. Declassifying the unique film material is one part of their job.
All of the films that we have declassified will be posted on our Livermore YouTube site so that people can see the films and can see what we're seeing.
The explosions were documented, and in surprising detail, considering the technical capabilities of film analysis of the time. Jim Moy has already digitized more than 4,000 reels from over 210 nuclear tests.
And they recorded a lot. I don't know how they could even have foreseen how this would be used in the future.
Once the images are digitized, Greg Spriggs' work begins. Information on the recordings, like from the distance between the camera and the detonation center or the size of the bomb, provide a great deal of insight into the state of research back then. The only 2 times nuclear bombs were used against people date back more than 70 years. But the ensuing ethical discussion is still relevant to this very day.
Yeah, they killed a lot of people there, but someone could argue that it saved a lot of lives in the end because it ended the war sooner. Because who knows how long the Japanese would have fought without having a weapon like this aimed against them.
Greg Spriggs does more than just documenting history. He is convinced that we can only improve nuclear bombs by learning more about their effects.
We need to be able to tell the Department of Defense, this is what's going to happen if you drop this size weapon on this particular target. And if somebody happens to bomb us, we're going to understand what the effect is, and if we have to retaliate against them, they should know that we're probably going to destroy them.
Peace through deterrence. To this day, the US is a fierce advocate of this strategy. In 2017, they maintain an arsenal of 6,800 atomic warheads. It has been working, until now.
Now they've fallen into the hands of irrational actors who have different agendas, and it does pose a problem. There is no case study we can make to see how that works. What we know about heavily armed rogue states in the past is that they end up starting wars, and we have to hope that these ones don't.
A balancing act with dangerous consequences. Almost 15,000 nuclear weapons in 9 countries are supposed to make our planet a safe place. We can only hope that reason will prevail. But in the meantime, new weapons exist that can also hit entire nations, with fatal repercussions for millions of people. Digitization has reached nearly every sphere of life. Access is digitally secured. This also applies to the weapons industry. The control over centrifuges used to enrich uranium is just one example. American and/or Israeli experts launched an attack on Iranian nuclear facilities in 2009. With the help of a digital weapon, the computer virus Stuxnet brings the centrifuges to a stillstand. The Iranian nuclear program is sabotaged.
This is the kind of warfare that's been practiced since the dawn of time. Intelligence dominance equals blackout equals ignorance equals defeat.
State secrets can also fall victim to digital attacks. Countries are rearming themselves again, but this time not with tanks and rifles. Cybersecurity is becoming increasingly crucial. Cyber warfare can have far-reaching consequences, not only in the digital world, but also in the world in which we live.